Good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mishi-Saugig territory and in the traditional territory of the Mishi-Saugig and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today, please? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Short-Reed.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Short-Reed, be it resolved that council approves the November 2nd, 2023 council meeting agenda as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Deputy Mayor Dayu. Your mic.
I'd like to disclose pecuniary interest on on delegation C, which is the short-term rental delegation, because I own a lodge in the area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richards.
I'd like to declare removing a conflict that was previously declared. As further discussions with my husband, the marina will not entertain any idea of establishing a transfer station at the marina.
Okay, thank you. I have no specific remarks for today. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of October the 19th? Councillors Berry and Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Short-Reed, be it resolved the October 19th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no public meetings today. Before we get into the delegations, we will be receiving a report from Adam Thorne about the St. Stephen's Green Burial area. Good morning. That's weird. We're good now?
I guess so, yeah.
We're off to a great start.
So good morning.
Good morning.
I guess if we just jump right into the report.
Yep.
So council asked staff to put together a plan, a design plan for a potential green burial site within our municipality. Staff did take a look at all the sites and came up with a plan for the St. Stephen's church property, or sorry, St. Stephen's Cemetery property, as it had the most undeveloped area where we feel we could build the biggest potential site for green burials. Part of the site plan included looking at our current practices. We as staff, we do most or all of our burials. So we were taking into consideration with the site plans, our current equipment, our current staffing. We were taking a look at our complaints that we've had over the years of just the way the sites are laid out, the way people can access them. A lot went into these design plans, a lot went into this to this report. And there was a lot of time spent on it between a collaboration of myself, our project manager, who has got great experience with putting together blueprints and plans to help with the layout, as well as the Green Burial Society and the committee. So I think it was a really great opportunity to collaborate. So as the report shows here, there are 3 design options for council. Staff have recommended one option out of there based on current practices and what we do in all of our other sites, just to make it streamlined for us. What you'll see in all 3 designs is that there is a main laneway. So each site, each design will have a main laneway, and this laneway is so that people that are using the site as well as staff can access both the proposed green burial site as well as the existing St. Stephen's site. So basically what that'll allow us to do is use that laneway to open graves on both sides with municipal equipment. It will also allow for funeral homes and the general public who are coming to the site for burials to have access to both sites. In addition to that, we looked at plot sizes. We looked at the plot locations and how we would mark them out. So putting pins in the corners to allow staff to be able to draw lines with measuring tapes and measuring devices that we can find the plots without actually having each plot marked. We'll find some efficiencies there in that, as well as the green space. Right now, until council does make that decision, the green space was identified just as an area within the green burial site. Now the green space size will vary depending on which plan that the council chooses to go with. Other than that, I guess the report kind of somewhat speaks for itself, that each design has its own unique layout, has its own unique plot sizes, plots. So you'll see some that we can handle 130 in design 1. We're looking at potential 180 in design 2 and 234 in design 3. So I think that kind of gives the gist of it, and then I can answer any kind of questions that may come up.
Questions for Adam at this point? And I think this is gonna be kind of a back and forth sort of day about this site. Questions at this point? The one question that I have, from what I understand, depending on which design is chosen, we might need to get a different piece of equipment. And I wasn't clear on exactly what that would be.
Okay, yeah. So basically what happens is that that main laneway that I was speaking about will be the main lane that we can enter in, whether it's staff, the public, or contractor to open a grave site. Right now, our equipment is large. A minimum of 10 feet would be required to maneuver our equipment around. So if council is to choose a plan that doesn't have the laneways that go in between the plots, because we currently don't drive over plots. So if council chooses a design where you will sell plots as first come, first serve, wherever people want them, as our current practice is, where you can come in, pick a plot on the left side, pick a plot on the right side. We don't really have any kind of choice in that. We just let people pick. If that's the current practice that council is going to continue with, then we would design the site so that it has laneways in between each section. And that's basically design plan number one. What that'll allow for staff to do is to be able to operate their equipment within the laneways without driving over plots. That's the challenge that we currently have now in our current sites, is that if a plot has to be opened, but plots around it have been filled, then we require smaller equipment to come in and open them, which is the little mini excavator, which we either rent or we have a contractor come in for. So if a design plan is chosen today that goes with either design 2 or potentially design 2 or design 3, it would require us to look at potentially smaller equipment so that we can fit in that 4-foot pathway. Because right now, like I said, our equipment would drive over plots if we chose a 4-foot pathway. So there would be the need to either purchase or rent every time we go to do it. So the thought here, I guess, too, is on design 2, is if design 2 is chosen and 4-foot paths are installed, if council chooses to do a back to front plot sale, so you would start at the very furthest back corner and then you would just sell plots as you move forward. We could install the 4-foot pathways, which would allow us to just drive over the grass essentially, and then not drive over plot. We would be driving over plots, but not plots with people in them, with burials. But if council chooses to sell plots as you can choose wherever you would like to go, then we would need to look at something different for equipment, because there would be the potential we would drive over plots that are currently being used.
So I guess depending on which, which choice we make for, which design we choose, that, that's something we'll have to consider, looking at what's the cost of that piece of equipment versus what's the lease rates and availability and all that sort of stuff. We're not quite there yet. But.
Yeah, and if I may, it does have quite a few challenges. All 3 sites have benefits. All 3 sites have challenges. So council has a tough decision, because if they pick site 1, 2, or 3, whichever one you choose, it's going to have challenges that we will work through. No doubt about it. We will be able to accommodate what is required, and we will be able to come up with an efficient plan to make it work. The design plan that staff has chosen fits with our current plan, fits with current equipment, fits with our current practices and our current bylaws. So that's why staff chose that option. Is something to consider when we look at plot sales, is that yes, we would have to change the bylaw if council chooses to go with a sale of front to back, meaning that if you wanted to be buried with your family member and you passed away later on in life, you wouldn't have that opportunity. Whether that is something that's important to that person or not, that's out of our control. But that is an option that would have to be addressed as well.
Why does that different between front to back and back to front?
So if you're selling plots consecutively, I guess front to back or back to front, the same process would be consecutively. So you're selling plot. If you want to go to drawing number 3, if you have that option, you can see that this would be a no laneway plot, no wait laneway design. I think this is the easiest to explain it. Should council choose to go with a back to front scenario, you would only be able to sell plot Z1, Z2, Z3. That's the consecutive way to sell them in a back to front configuration. If you take a look at design potentially 1 and 2, if somebody came in and they really they wanted to be at the very front, they would be looking at, plot S1 P8. They could buy that plot, and the next person that came in wanted to buy, S5 P10. So I know it's a little bit confusing, but it's our current practice is to allow people to buy plots where they would like. So it would be a change to our bylaw if we chose that back to front or consecutively.
Okay, and I mean, forgive me for asking questions that the committee's probably gone over and over again, but you know, I haven't had that level of involvement, so.
Yep.
Just wanted to ask. Okay, any other questions for Adam? Comments? I really like to thank you for the work. I mean, you put a lot of detail into this and you've given us a lot of options to look at. And while some of the choices could have been made by the committee, I think that council appreciates having the input into, you know, what has become our vision. So thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive Adam's report? I guess, do we actually come back to it? We do. So, okay, we'll hold off on that. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
So we'll now move into the delegation section, and that starts with Terry Moore from the Green Burial Society. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm joined today by Jenny Ryder. Jenny's the Vice President of the Burial Society.
The mic on?
Stick on, yeah. Will you be able to see the
I just want to
presentation?
point out that although you're more than welcome, you're not listed as a delegation to speak. Okay.
Jenny isn't? Okay. Okay, so it's just me. Okay.
You're it, Terry.
I'm it. So can you see the slides that go along with the presentation? Will it be behind me or in front of me? How does that work? Or maybe on the screens?
It's behind you, and we each have it on our.
On
on
your
our
screen.
laptops.
Okay, all right. Okay, so will I have to tell you when I want the slide to be advanced? Is that the idea? Okay, all right. So we'd like to thank you for this opportunity to say a few words and make a short presentation on a day that the Burial Society members have been looking forward to for quite some time, and we're really quite excited. When the society first appeared before AH Council about 4.5 years ago now to talk about the possibilities for a year-round green burial section to be created at St. Stephen's, Council of the Day embraced the idea in principle. Today, you'll be hearing about the specific recommendations, as you've already heard that from Adam, from the Public Works Department. But you'll also be hearing about, I'm hopeful, you'll be hearing about some of the resolutions that were passed at the last meeting of the joint GBHS Advisory Committee, but as a result of a couple of glitches, didn't get on the agenda yet. But hopefully there'll be some reference to that, because these are a package of recommendations and considerations that we really think should be heard at the same time and then decided upon once you've heard and put together the entire range of possibilities. So I want to just make sure we're clear on this, even though Jenny and I are members of the advisory committee. We're here on behalf of the Burial Society today. So we're speaking on behalf of Burial Society members. So next slide, please. I can't see oh, there it is. Good. This is a satellite image of the St. Stephen's Cemetery with the proposed green burial section highlighted in red as it appears in Adam's staff report in your agenda package. What follows are a couple of images of what this relatively small 0.31 acre L-shaped area actually looks like on the ground. Next slide, please. So this image shows the portion of the L-shaped area looking east from just inside the entranceway off Buckslide Road, which you can see on the left, past the fence line. Across all layout designs, this area is slated to contain the entranceway into the green burial section, which is on the far side and to the right of the monument you can see just above and just on the right of the slide. Next slide, please. So this is what you see when you turn right past that monument and look south down the full length of the green burial section. You can see the tree line on the left boundary, the forested area on the back, and the conventional burial section on the right. Next slide, please. The stakes you can see here in the foreground and beyond show the boundaries of the 12-foot laneway that would run the full length of the green burial section, providing access to both the green burial section to the left and the conventional burial section on the right. This laneway appears in all three of the options contained in the staff report. Next slide, please. Now, going back to the first slide, it's really important to us that you realize that the total area of the proposed green burial section is less than 1/3 of an acre. Since the area is so small, the society is concerned that the design layout option chosen balances the need for equipment access to grave sites with the goal of providing as much green space and naturalized space as possible, which is one of the reasons why people belong to the burial society and want to choose green burial as an option to conventional burial or cremation. Next slide, please. One way to accomplish this is to fill burial plots in one section at a time on a first come, first served basis. Interment rights under this model would provide for burial somewhere within the green burial section with specific plots to be determined as and when the need arises. While this method does not provide for people to predetermine exactly where they would be buried within the green burial section, beside a loved one, for example, it does eliminate the necessity to build and maintain permanent access laneways to all of the grave sites within the green burial section from day one. By our calculation, the access laneway system set out in option 1, the option recommended in the staff report, would require fully 40% of the entire green burial section to be covered with laneways from day one. Next slide, please. During the discussions about layout and design options at the Joint Advisory Committee, the Society was asked to consult its membership. We called a special general membership meeting, exchanged emails, and/or had phone conversations with those who could not attend. Only one member of the Society expressed a preference for option 1, with all others supporting option 2. In doing so, members expressed the view that while the ability to be buried next to another family member would be nice to have, the opportunity to be buried within a green burial section with the maximum possible naturalized green space was their number 1 priority. We consulted with the Green Burial Society of Canada about how this question has been dealt with elsewhere. As it turns out, Canada's first green burial section in an already established cemetery, and that was within the Royal Oak Burial Park in Victoria, BC, used exactly this method when it opened its green burial section back in October of 2008. Next slide, please. These images of the green burial section called Willow's Rest within the Fairview Cemetery in Niagara Falls represent the kind of possibilities that really stirs the hearts and minds of green and natural burial supporters, including Burial Society members. Next slide, please. A council decision on interment rights within the green burial section for St. Stephen's is key to opening the door to further operational planning by the Public Works Department, as well as further design discussions at the advisory committee level. Before we close, or before I close, I want to express the Society's strong support for a resolution on winter burial that was adopted by the advisory committee at its last meeting on October the 12th. Unfortunately, that resolution didn't become part of the formal agenda package for today's meeting, along with the resolution from the committee with respect to option 1, a strong preference for option 1, as well as a change to interment rights to allow for general versus specific interment rights. That's option 2, sorry, for option 2. There's a lot of potential for some confusion to arise because there's a lot of detail that's at play here. Just for example, with respect to the equipment question, Madam Mayor, you asked, the only way that there would be an actual need for additional equipment would be that if you were not filling section by section, say from front to back or back to front. If we have a generalized interment right policy, so you're buying a right to a plot, not the plot or the plots, and you're filling, let's say from, front to back. Let's take, if you could put up the slide with regard that has option 1 on it. Is that possible? You could go back to that option 1. Yeah, okay. So if we're filling it from the left to the right on this slide, and you're just opening the section at the front end. You wouldn't need any of the laneways to be created in order to access you would need the first laneway coming in from the entranceway, but you wouldn't need, and the one beside it, so one on either side of that section, but you wouldn't need all the rest, going all the way back to the back of the cemetery. You would just be filling that particular section. And so you could access that with existing equipment. There would be no need for a small excavator unless that was chosen to be an easier method to do it, but you could access it with the large equipment, that is already in place and owned by the township. So
Same not be true if we had agreed on back to front as opposed to front to back.
no, I
It's
think it
same either
actually
way.
it would be the case back to front or front to back, because and so the front to back to front issue is really, it seems to me, a convenience issue about things like plowing during the winter, if we're starting and trying to get experience operating a green burial section year round, that's a new experience for the township. If we started at the front and worked to the back, you don't have to plow as much territory in order to access where you're going to be, where you're opening and closing graves. And we can learn as we do then what the practical issues are going to be as they arise, and then problem solve around dealing with them. But so in our view, I mean, starting at the front and moving to the back has its advantages, but you could achieve the same purpose in terms of being able to minimize the area covered by laneways either way, either front to back or back to front. So this is one of the in the weeds kinds of issues, which I think can really confuse people, and I think can get in the way of some clear thinking about what the options on the table are. So I think I'll leave it at that point and just see if there's any comments or questions anybody has that we can or that I can try to answer.
Comments or questions from council? I've got to say, I've got this back to front. It's stuck in my head. And for me, it's a vision of the field of the green space. And if you work back to front, despite the fact that it does create more challenges for public works in plowing, you leave that open space so much. I mean, it's available for much longer, and as opposed to starting at the front and working back, you're kind of always in the mode of operations, and that notion of a field is not the same in my mind. And I for some reason or other, I'm just kind of stuck on that. But I mean, that's a sort of an overall, I see your hand. The other question I had was, you referred to a resolution at the last meeting about winter burial. And could you tell me what that resolution was?
Well, it was a resolution at
minutes.
Yeah, it was a resolution at the joint committee endorsing the move toward winter burial at St. Stephen's, as well as, so it would be year round. And that and I think, as Adam alluded to, whatever option you choose, there's a commitment, on everybody's part that there needs to be whatever access is appropriate in order to be able to deliver on year-round burial, so that and that while there may be some issues with respect to how to do it, it's doable. And so what the joint committee did was endorse, as well as endorsing option 2, it endorsed winter burial as well, so that the burial would be year round at Stevens, only in the green burial section at St. Stephen's, as a kind of a way to start.
Okay, I know that the direction was to work on green burial first, and that sort of get that settled, and then start working on winter burial. But we may be at a point where we can make that decision. Anyway, Deputy Mayor Dayu, sorry.
Yeah, and we did raise at the last council meeting our hope that at this meeting we would be able to address both at the same time, given that Adam and his team have very diligently worked to prepare 3 layout options, which would facilitate winter burial from starting whenever we wish to start, but that we would only have to go into the BAO bylaw once in order to create those changes and then come back. So yeah, it's still our hope that we'd be able to talk about that today, bearing in mind that Adam has done the work to make sure that the options all allow for that.
With regards to front to back or back to front, I was of the same mind as you for a while. I know we'll get into this later on in our discussion, but I was thinking back to front for a long time too, but maybe you could clarify. I believe our master gardener consultant said actually front to back would allow more of a permanent field to be visible for longer. So instead of working back to front and having to rip up some of the beautiful work that has been growing over time, over the years, you get the sense of permanency from the beginning if you go back to front when you consider the visuals from along the road, for example. So could you clarify, is that?
Well, first off, I
correct
should say that
recollection?
reasonable people can disagree on this point and have and do. I think the question comes down to how green and natural does it look, and from what vantage point, and how important that is to encouraging people to choose a green burial option as opposed to, for example, cremation. We know now that it's actually approaching 75% of dispositions in Algonquin Highlands and more broadly in Haliburton County are now end in cremation, fire cremation. And you know, one of the reasons why we're promoting green burial is because we think that that is not the greenest option that we can possibly imagine, but it is a much greener option than fire cremation in terms of final disposition. So in terms of taking care of the environment and so on and so forth, we think that, you know, that green burial is very important, and that how it's seen and how it's viewed and how inviting it is to people when they visit it. I mean, you just have to go to Willow's Rest in Niagara Falls, and it is an amazing place to be. You think you're in a park or like a very natural space where you take kids just to have fun for the day and have a picnic. In fact, they do, and it's got bicycle pathways through it. And you wouldn't know that it was a cemetery, and it has become a destination for people to go to. That's the kind of feeling that really attracts people to a green burial cemetery or section, as opposed to a conventional burial section. So I think that, you know, it is true that the master gardeners who we asked to have a look at the site did express the view that, you know, front to back has its advantages as opposed to starting at the back. But I think that there's reasonable arguments on both sides, and I don't think that the option selection should turn on that. The option selection should be independent of that, and the interment right issue is really key, you know, and once that interment issue is resolved, I think that work can continue at the advisory committee level, and we can get on with really, you know, putting this into practice.
Well, and if it is of ultimate importance that to people that, because there's always going to be people who want to be buried side by side.
Yes.
We still have that choice in the other section of the
Yes.
cemetery. Any other questions or comments for Terry at this point in time? Thanks so much.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive Mr. Moore's delegation? Councilors Short-Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Terry Moore, Haliburton Highlands Green Burial Society regarding St. Stephen's Cemetery Green Burial Section.
All in favor? I just might comment, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit of time before we get to the fulsome discussion about this. You're welcome to stay for that period of time, but I just want you to know it's going to take us a bit of time. The next delegation is Stephanie Mack, who's here. She is the Director of Environmental Services District of Muskoka, and she's going to talk about waste management and bin site transition. And Melissa's going to do a bit of an introduction into this delegation.
Thank you, Mayor. This was further to report EB 2523 presented on September 21st, which was regarding the Hawk Lake area waste management services delivery options. And council had directed staff, ask representative from the District of Muskoka to attend a council meeting to answer questions. And that was because the district's lakeside collection program was similar to One of the options that was included in the Hawk Lake Area Waste Management Services Delivery Review, and that was the stationary collection vehicle model. So on that, it's my pleasure to introduce Stephanie Mack, Director of Waste Management and Environmental Services for the District of Muskoka. And I think she has with her James Steele, Commissioner of Engineering and Public Works for the District of Muskoka. And Stephanie has a short presentation just to give you some background into the district's services and programs, the lakeside waste collection, and then to answer your questions.
Good morning, Stephanie.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. Really pleased to be here this morning. I bring greetings from the staff in Muskoka. It's just me this morning. Commissioner Steele was unable to make it, but I'm pleased to speak about my favorite topic, which is garbage. And thank you for having me, and to your staff also for the discussions that we've had. So with that, we'll jump into the presentation. I'll wait. Has it been loaded?
There we go.
There we go. Great. Thank you. The pictures tell 1,000 words, so we can't be without the presentation here. So the purpose of this presentation this morning is to talk a little bit about Muskoka's journey as really, and I think it says it well here on the title slide, as we build a better waste system for Muskoka. And we're in the midst of advancing a plan to better diversion and to really working on our waste program. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but really the purpose, if we could have the next slide. The purpose of the presentation is really specifically to talk about what we call our bin site transition and how we're advancing some new waste collection servicing across the district. And I hope by the end of this, you get an idea of really the problem, how we're seeking to advance different waste collection service. And really the journey of 53 communities we've already actually put through this process. So I'm sure, there'll be lots of questions, and I'm pleased to also address questions on it. I'm going to talk a little bit about bin site waste collection, why it was a problem, really what it is. A 2019 mandate from the ministry to change the way that we collect waste. The journey that we've been on since 2019, and specifically, really our lakeside waste collection program, which was birthed out of this change. Next slide, I'm ready. Perfect, thank you. So a little bit about the District of Muskoka's waste system. The district looks after waste management for 6 area municipalities within the district. And we service 51,000 units every single week. Specific, obviously, to this discussion, I'm sure there's some interest here. 5,100 of those units are non-vacant water access properties, so island or water access specifically. And I really think that is part of the journey we've been on, and really the story of bin site waste collection. We have one active landfill. It's located in Bracebridge. We're really proud of that. It opened in 2016. We're hoping to get a few more years out of it, pushing really to end of 2039, 2040, but obviously diversion important for us as we try to keep that asset as long as we can. We compost source separated organics, leaf and yard waste at 2 composting facilities, one in Gravenhurst and one in Bracebridge. We advanced a diversion building for recycling transfer. That's a whole other story, but you can see it in the bottom quadrant there, the fabric building. We've had really good success with that. Operate 10 active transfer stations that are open year round, 3 licensed depots in the Township of Georgian Bay. 2 of those were advancing some supervision. We also look after 37 historic closed landfill properties, which unfortunately are part of, a legacy issue in Muskoka, and we're advancing some remediation projects there. And curbside collection is quite extensive. So every week we're looking after 37,000 households in the summer, dips a little bit to 31,000 in the winter when we can't get to all of our roads. And of course, folks then would have to use our transfer stations. So that's just sets the stage a little bit about us. So bin site waste collection. And when I started with the district in 2019, we had 88 of these sites. So as you can tell in the picture, this one is in Riley Lake, or was in Riley Lake in Gravenhurst. This is what they really would look like. They were dumpsters that were put in place mostly at landings, marinas, primarily to service water access and island properties. And as I tell the story of bin site waste collection, I always like to say to communities, we understand that these were put in place to serve us. And as unfortunate as the journey has been with this, they were to provide service. And we're going to talk a little bit about why they didn't work, but that would be indicative, this site here, of what they would look like. We collected bagged household garbage, blue box recycling. And really, I guess the story begins with this unsupervised 24/7 access to this type of collection. Next slide. Okay, so this is really where the journey starts. And I got to tell you, I'm a little bit embarrassed about this slide, but I think it's actually part of the story. This would be what you would see at these sites, every day across to Muskoka. Summer, winter, we would see extensive dumping, litter, items that, boats really weren't the intention of these sites. They were for bagged household garbage and recycling, not these extreme messes that we were seeing. The district, at the height of kind of our 88 sites, employed at minimum 10 staff to drive around the district to clean up these sites. And all summer, and I can tell you what a terrible job that is, and or was. Also, too, I think that bottom picture really tells another part of the story. Although these were put in place really at landings to service, these dumpsters were sitting really close to Muskoka's beautiful and precious waterways. So you can see that one is on Georgian Bay, a few feet from the shoreline. So this is what we were dealing with in 2019, 88 of these sites, obviously an extensive network of unsupervised waste collection. Next slide. Perfect. Thank you. So we received direction from the ministry in 2019 that they would work with us on a transition plan to and I don't like to say remove the dumpsters, but put in place new servicing. And the servicing would need to be compliant with the Environmental Protection Act. And we would work to really look at how we could do things better. So it ties into our waste strategy too. So it was a little bit obviously of the ministry's direction, but realizing too, and our council realizing that diversion was important, ensuring that we are managing our waste in an environmentally responsible manner. Obviously, environmental priority is really important to our council in Muskoka. But I gotta say here, and I'm gonna say it a few times in the presentation, change is really hard. And I can tell you, after transitioning 53 communities, every single one of those was very challenging. These dumpsters have been in place for 30 plus years, and people had really become used to that 24/7 access to waste collection. And, I won't get into the whole journey. It obviously has a pandemic angle also to it, but I will say this, that we realized early in the process that no one community was the same. So it really began a process of realizing we would have to do all 88 communities one at a time, understand the needs of the community. We would have to bring, into the fold our cottage, lake, road associations, because they knew their communities best, right? How folks were traveling, how they were using waste collection. And the photo here is actually something we began working on early in the pandemic, was looking at drive times. were there holes in our servicing where, you know, dumpsters were put in place because, you know, we weren't our curbside collection, or our trucks couldn't get there, or that there were communities that weren't close by to a depot. So I guess the story really of new servicing really was three things that we were originally looking at. And that was, could we extend curbside collection? Could we redirect property owners to an existing drop-off, like one of our existing depots or transfer stations? Or were there holes in across the district where we would potentially need some new depots? So that's where we started our journey. And next slide. This is where the lakeside waste collection really comes in. And height of the pandemic in 2020, I got a call from one of our marinas up in Windermere in Township of Muskoka Lakes, just before the summer season. And they said to me, yeah, we're done with the dumpsters at our marina. You know, we're cleaning up garbage. I can't do it anymore. They're a mess. And we want you to remove your dumpsters, which was part of the story of really, you know, having these sites at marinas, is really we were relying on the private businesses to host, right? And we were obviously had a little bit of risk there that if they decided they didn't want to host, we would suddenly have to put in place some new service. And, you know, as the expression goes, necessity is the mother of invention. And we quickly, with discussion with our counselors and staff, with our waste collection contractor and the ministry, thought, why don't we, instead of dumpsters, put a garbage truck at the landing? Ministry was pleased. It met the requirements of the Environmental Protection Act because the garbage wasn't staying there. It would be taken away in the trucks, very similar to our curbside program. And the marina was very gracious that although they didn't want the dumpsters, they said, yeah, let's try it. Let's try a pilot, and we'll put the trucks there right at the landing, right at the dock, and we'll see how it goes. And so that really is the story of how the Lakeside Waste Collection program began. We started in 2020 with 3 communities, all in the Township of Muskoka Lakes. And, you know, I got to tell you that residents were not happy at first, right? In that they lost their dumpsters, right? That actual very convenient waste collection option. But it was great. At the end of the summer, we did a survey, you know, across the board, and we were seeking feedback. What did you think of it? Did it work for you? And I got to tell you that although it wasn't as convenient as 24/7, I always say to property owners, it will never be that. It will never be as convenient that you can come to the landing at any time. We did hear that they were very pleased that they didn't have to put garbage in their car. That seemed to be the driver for servicing. That, you know, especially up in the Windermere area where we have a historic waste site, we could potentially advance a new depot. They said, yeah, we don't really want a depot. We don't want to have to drive. That having it right at the landing, even if it's only for a short period of time, a couple of hours, it is best. So just really in regard to the pictures, you can see that it became like a milk run, a bus stop. So we would put out signage. We'd stop on the pilot was all on Sundays. The garbage trucks would come. There was permanent signage also, and a schedule posted on our website. So that was the pilot. Okay, so now just a little bit about where we are today and servicing and how the project is going. Again, change is really hard. Even though we've done it 53 times, we have 30 plus more to go. Every single site that we transition is challenging. For servicing, for us, we consider this whole list of things, and no community is the same. So obviously compliance with the Environmental Protection Act, working with the ministry, our local office to make sure that they're pleased with the servicing. Our waste strategy is important. Is diversion being considered? Are we managing waste in a responsible manner? Part of the history of those dumpster sites is we had household hazardous waste dropped off I can tell you I was on a tour on Monday in one of our townships, and we stopped at some of the unstaffed sites that had waste oil all sitting beside them, jugs of waste oil. So obviously managing waste in a better way is a priority here. We look at the number of sites requiring service, the ability to extend our curbside waste collection program has been amazing. We've been able to get smaller trucks down, more rugged rural roads that, had a dumpster, but now can get it right at their roadway. So that's been a really good thing to look at. We look at our water access island properties, landings, how many, geography wise, where are they? How far are they from an existing waste site? Something that we've come to realize is that these historic closed landfill properties, that almost 40 of them, were originally put in place to service Muskoka's communities. And so sometimes we look at, is there one close by that our residents are used to using or have historically used that we can reopen and we can put a supervised depot in there? Obviously, consideration of feedback and consultation, like I said, so critical for us to meet with our cottage lake associations, the road associations, whoever is representing, the community has been. I can't say enough how important it's been that we work alongside and collaborate. And then obviously the cost of the service, is it sustainable? Right, the cost per unit before we put in place a permanent solution. And just on the right side of the slide, you can see a little bit about our consultation. We have a page that is dedicated to this project. Everything you could ever want to know about dumpsters is on that page, including every staff report over 4 years, surveys, and you can see examples of surveys that we've released for communities are really seeking input and feedback on how they see the world and how they're traveling, because I can't say enough, every community is different. We find out something every time we advance consultation, I can tell you that. And next slide. So really, I know in your discussions and speaking with Melissa, really talking about servicing and what do you do, I just, put some bullets here on kind of most often our thoughts on waste collection servicing. So really for us, we look at, can we extend our existing curbside waste collection programs? So the reasons here are listed. It's been really well received. It's convenient. It provides for economies of scale. Obviously, in summer, if we're providing service for 37,000 units, adding another 100 is really cost effective. Service alignment, one message, always great. As soon as we have special servicing, it becomes really complicated to get out messages. So if everyone has the same service, it's been really, really good for us in getting public messaging out. And of course, diversion, I can't stress that enough. We see the best, waste management, practice, less naughtiness, I like to say, at the curb. And it's because that ownership of waste is really important, right? So if I'm putting out my waste at my road or, in my bear bin, I have ownership of that. And most often we see really good results. Use of obviously the recycling program, the green bin program. Second, then, if curbside collection isn't possible, if it's 100 island water access properties, we look at lakeside waste collection now is possible. And just given the success of that pilot, and why is that? Why is it working? It's flexible. And I can tell you that having the trucks that can move around has been really great for our team. We started, I'm thinking back to the pilot, we were at one location. The dock wasn't working for the boaters. It was to service water access island properties. And so we moved it midsummer to a different location. It was great. The truck could just go to a different landing. And since then, since 2020, it's been the location. We can service a large number. The compacting garbage trucks obviously service a significant number of properties because it's compacting the waste. We have split garbage recycling trucks, and we've There's one location where we're servicing 200 plus island water access folks every Sunday. Also, the landing option, the no garbage in their car, seems to be what we hear most often. That, islanders that are coming after a weekend, they have their children, pets, luggage, really don't want to put the garbage in their car. So it allows them to deposit their waste right at the landing. And last, I guess our next kind of thought process, is there a need for a permanent depot? And that for us really is about numbers. A new depot is our most expensive option given the capital required, and that it would need to be supervised. And we would have to provide obviously some hours of time to keep that depot open. Something that we are working on is really looking at a more holistic solid waste master plan. So making sure that we're not over servicing areas and that there are, depots where we need them. So that's kind of our next vestige on the depots. Okay. Okay, now specifically, I had the last two slides are really just specific about the Lakeside Waste Collection Program. And what does it look like today? So in the summer, we are servicing, I believe, 11 event locations. It is done on a milk run, and it's 4 routes. And so we have 4 trucks that are circulating on Sundays, really based on geography. Our staff are currently supervising the event. So we also have a district staff, there. And we go back and forth a little bit as staff on this, is, as the program becomes, more well-known and our residents know what to do we still need staff there? And my thought is yes, because, we're ambassadors talking about waste collection, talking about the greater messages of diversion, really supervising and making sure that, our garbage bag limits are adhered to and diversion is being put in place there. Again, it's been generally well received. I can say though that it is hard, and I'm looking here, I have called up on my other screen some feedback. We reported to our new council in January. We often survey and get feedback from communities, especially if it's new. And the feedback really ranges from a couple hours of waste collection isn't enough. It's not convenient for me to get off of my dock on a Sunday afternoon to come and deposit my waste, to this is so great. I'm an island water access property owner, and I appreciate, the innovative program that services my property. So we see a range of feedback, but I would say most often we are hearing that the no garbage in the car is really the most important factor to servicing. And I like to say this brings the truck to the community, and it's flexible. And so really for staff, we do consider this program a success. Illegal dumping always comes up. So before we put in place a new lakeside waste collection event location, I hear concerns about dumping. What's going to happen? People are going to drop off. That is the one rule, is that material cannot be dropped off before or after the event. It can't stay there. We don't want garbage on the ground. We'd be in the same predicament we were with the unstaffed dumpsters. And the message, we actually have a really strong message to communities, is that if there is garbage left, on the dock, on the shoreline, on a roadway, it could jeopardize us continuing waste servicing, and everybody will have to drive to an existing transfer station. And we have a little illegal dumping reminder picture there. The sign went up in the summer at a marina that we were having trouble, and I think it did really help in to say that we're watching. And, as the program moves forward, what are some considerations for us as staff? Obviously, the blue box transition. How does the new world of the blue box fit into this? Lots of discussions with circular materials on this, and stay tuned. We're getting calls for addition of organics. So we are expanding our organics program curbside. We're expanding it. We expanded last summer to our transfer stations. And can we actually, add organics and green bin collection to our lakeside waste collection program? So stay tuned, because right now the truck only has 2 compartments, and we're trying to, as staff, what do we do, right? Is there a different way we can collect it? I don't know. So obviously that would be a consideration for the future. And like I spoke about, are we going to continue with district supervision, or is the truck driver just enough to make sure that the program is fine and continues on? And lastly, it's just some pictures. So I know obviously that the pictures tell 1,000 words, and I'll just maybe start on the left and just give you just a few little, comments on them. So the one, obviously that's our kind of our signage, our graphic, bus stop signage, like goes up at the event location so that everyone knows where it is. The garbage truck showing there, obviously you can tell it's spring is a winter location. So we do this, I believe we're at 3-4 locations in the winter. And those were to service roads specifically along Fraserburg and 118 East, where they're a significant distance from our existing transfer stations, and winter collection is needed there. And, it's been a success even in the winter, so it's not just a summer program. Walker's Point Marina, you can see our staff there, the brown garbage truck, right at, the dock. That is on Lake Muskoka. We next, I believe that one is at 9 Mile Lake. You can see the green truck there. The driver can get very close to the dock, making it really convenient for folks to drop off material. And coming down to the bottom right corner, again, 9 Mile there, and district staff, truck just sitting there, and you can see the signage that's put up. And the middle picture, you can see the green garbage truck right at the water also. That is the pilot location, obviously this fall up at Windermere. And last is at Riley Lake, a little bit bigger of a landing, some parking. We actually have folks in this community that don't have access to waste collection. They can drive here also. So we don't just accept material, from our water access, boats that come to the landing, but also if you're in the area, you don't have curbside waste collection, you can drive to the garbage truck and we'll take the material there also. And with that, that's a little bit about the dumpsters and our new waste collection servicing in Muskoka. Pleased to answer any questions.
Well, thanks so much, Stephanie. That's excellent information. It's an interesting transition that you've made. Seems to be successful. I would look to council for questions or comments. Councillor Richards and Councillor Barry, then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'm wondering how you handle like the volume of traffic control. Like, are people lined up along the lake to get to a dock to unload to shore? Like, and how many hours are you there for?
That's a great question. And, that was something, okay, I don't know if you recall, but in the presentation, there were 3 garbage trucks at the pilot, because we weren't actually sure how much waste we were going to get and how many boats were going to come and what kind of situation we'd been into. And since then, we've realized that 1 garbage truck, split recycling garbage, is enough for even our largest communities. And, if there's 4 event locations, we're good. And I can tell you that at our largest, most challenging community right now, so it's around 240 properties, Cashy Lake and Gravenhurst, all of the boat traffic has to come into 1 location based on the lake location. The lake is very rocky, and so there's 1 location that they can come into. And what we've done there is extended the hours, which gets to the flexibility of the program. So we know that there's obviously, 200 plus properties to service. We've given them more hours of time in order to avoid the traffic jams, the boats all lined up to come in. And we also have provided that community with a midweek option. So, if you're going to be staying up at your seasonal, your second home throughout the week in the summer, maybe consider coming on Wednesday morning when maybe it's not too busy. And interestingly enough, it equals out, most of these locations, everyone comes at their usual weekly time. They know when to come. I haven't heard of, crazy boat traffic jams coming to these docks and to these locations. But we also do consider, the landing location and if it is feasible to get and how many boats at a time. And the staff work there to make sure it's a quick stop and drop. And that's another thing, really taking the model, I guess, of an efficient drive-through is that this isn't the time to come and, and to chat and to, see your neighbors. This really is efficient drop-off, right? So you're coming to the dock. Often staff will be down at the dock. They'll grab the bag of garbage, the recycling, they're taking it back to the truck. The boat goes next boat comes in. So, yeah, it's been an interesting journey, but I can tell you even at our busiest sites, we seem to have success and limited traffic jams.
Councillor Barry.
Just a clarification, I assume that you are collecting household waste, glass, metal, as well as paper. You mentioned that in there, but it looks like from just the images that there's two sections of the truck. How do you divide the metal from the paper? Is there a third section that we can't see?
No, that's a great question. So the trucks half are collecting the garbage and the other half are collecting single stream recycling, which means for us in Muskoka, we actually collect it all together. And I spoke a little bit about our, transfer recycling project. We are now sending recycling, at least until transition, down to an automated MRF, our materials recovery facility in the city, in the GTA, which allows us to collect everything together. And so, containers, paper, all blue box materials are collected in the other side of the truck.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
This is a great overview. I really appreciate that you've been with us today. And my question is a follow-on to Councillor Barry's. With the blue box transition, did you opt in or did you opt out? And based on your decision, what are your fears or concerns? For example, should we be told thou shalt have 4 different recycling containers? Do you have the flexibility to adapt, presuming that you opted in? Do you have the flexibility to adapt to whatever is coming down the chute from Blue Box?
Thank you. That obviously is part of the complexity of figuring out the future. Muskoka has opted out. So we have opted out for that residence and facilities piece, which is the curbside piece. And we're still in the midst of negotiating with Circular Materials on the drop-off. So officially we've opted out, but we know that there's going to have to be some collaboration and cooperation to ensure our residents are looked after through transition. And perhaps that is the most interesting, the lakeside waste collection. Obviously very something that, they hadn't seen before or considered as part of the transition. But there is the flexibility is what I like about it, right? And so, we'll see on the recycling piece what happens, but, I'm quite interested in bringing organics to these lakeside events. And so if, the Circular Materials are going to look after, their piece of the recycling and servicing these communities, we can collect the garbage and organics in that truck lakeside, right? And so it would give us some extra capacity to expand our organics program. I think that obviously, and I'm sure you feel the same, is that the water access properties. I have 2,000 plus in Georgian Bay. bring an intricacy to waste collection that will have to be considered as part of the transition, and circular materials will have to obviously lots of discussion as we look to the future on that. It adds a little bit of a wrinkle. It's not the GTA.
Go ahead.
Great. Another question then, for your most populated lakeside pickup, how many trucks did you say you would send there for a single event, and for how many hours? Because it feels a little bit similar in population to one of our big water access only lakes. And a second question is, presumably you've purchased your equipment, you're not contracting this out, and if yes, what are your thoughts about what happens in the winter? Like it's a big investment for assets that are only used in the summertime, and I wonder if you have any further thoughts to offer on that.
Okay, so we actually recently procured it. We actually contract the collection service, and we recently went to the street and procured, and we're really pleased with the pricing. So, I'm pleased to share with your staff the award of that report. It actually talks about how that was set up and the costs and how that was procured. And again, there's flexibility within that contract to add events or to take them away, which is another great thing. It's all about the flexibility. So in the summer, height of the summer, we're 11 events. In the winter, we're down to 4, and it's bi-weekly. We only offer bi-weekly collection in the winter. It changes a little bit. And the contractor has been great to work with us on that and, really put in place the servicing that's needed. So Kashi Lake, I believe, is our longest period. I believe we're 2 or 3 hours of servicing on a Sunday afternoon, but also that midweek event. And we have the ability and potentially in the future to, let's say, change up a curbside route that the driver is then sitting there, let's say, even for an hour or 2 hours, depending on where it is, kind of holding that as kind of maybe the next way to look at this if a midweek option works for communities. So it gets really into the consultation piece of it. Is a midweek, event going to be used? And sometimes communities say absolutely, just the nature of the community. We have residents here all week. Others say, nope, Sunday is what we want. We're heading home on a Sunday. We want to drop and use our landing options. So stay tuned on that. But one truck, so getting, just into the specifics of the collection, one truck per route. So is all we use. So half of that truck is garbage, the other half is recycling. And a route might have 4 event locations. So that's how much waste that truck can accept because it's compacting. So I kind of compare it to, we have 20 plus trucks, curbside trucks going out every day. One truck can service, 1,000 units or, I'm not sure the exact number up in Huntsville. It's not dumping in the middle of the day, right? So they're really compacting that garbage in order to make sure that they can accept the material. So to my knowledge, we've never on those lakeside routes, gotten so full they've had to go and unload and come back, that it really does take a lot of material. We also watch bag limits though. So 2 bags is right now the limit, and we're making sure that is adhered to, partly for capacity.
Any other questions for Stephanie? Well, I'd really like to thank you on behalf of council. This is excellent information that will certainly help us going forward in our decision-making process. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Perry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Stephanie Mack, Director, Waste Management Environmental Service, District of Muskoka, regarding bin site transition.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks once again.
Thank you for having me.
And with apologies to the audience, I'm going to call a very, very brief 10-minute break. Welcome back to the regular session. Our next delegation will be Steve Stone, Director of Planning from the county, and Scott Ovell, Director of Economic Development and Tourism. And they're going to be talking to us about the draft short-term rental bylaw and the possibility of a municipal accommodation tax. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Worship and the rest of council. Scott and I are here to provide you with a quick overview of the licensing for short-term rentals. By way of introduction, if you don't know me, I'm the Director of Planning. I've been tasked by County Council to assist them along with their consultant to develop a licensing bylaw. Let me get my system here going. So just from a preamble standpoint, the short-term rental study's been going on for approximately a year and a bit. The study actually included several public engagements hosted by County Council along with their consultant, and it culminated in the preparation of 2 draft bylaws. Legislation to allow for the licensing bylaw is found in Section 51 in the Municipal Act, and it allows municipalities such as yourselves to license businesses. So that would be the next slide. Yeah, and the benefit, back to the back one slide, just to finish up there, the benefits of having licensing and bylaw is it allows you to issue licenses for and impose standards for businesses, in this case, short-term rentals. Next slide, please. Like most municipal bylaws, it's very similar in terms of what you might find in your zoning bylaw or your noise bylaw for that. It's laid out in a number of sections, and the first section is section 1, typically is your definition section. And the most critical part of the licensing bylaw is the definition for short-term rental. And it means all or part of a legally established dwelling that operates or offers a place of temporary residence, lodging, occupation by way of rental agreement or similar commercial transaction for a period less than 28 days consecutive nights through all or any part of the calendar year. And the note there that you see is there's been a fair bit of discussion at County Council, and now with the presentations at the 4 municipalities, the use of sleeping cabins. So, and certainly members of the public are very interested in how sleeping cabins can be used in the rental operation. So, for example, in Dysart, it was clarified by their municipal staff that you can't rent given their zoning bylaw, you can't rent a sleeping cabin on its own while the owner is in the residence. So there may be some clarification moving forward after we've done all our presentations with regards to how sleeping cabins might be used in conjunction with the rental of the main resident or cottage. Next slide, please. Like all bylaws, you have prohibitions, and there is a list before you. So you can't operate a short-term rental operation without a license. You can't operate it in a building that's not habitable. It is not allowed in sheds, floating accommodation, trailer, tent, vessel or vehicle, or any building that's non-compliant with the building code. A renter can't re-rent the dwelling or cottage, and the renter cannot host other special events such as weddings while they're renting the short-term rental accommodation. Next slide, please. Licensing requirements. After much debate, County Council settled on one class for short-term rentals. So that means if you operate one short-term rental operation, you need one license. If you happen to operate several within the county, you would need a license for each of those operations. Licenses are valid for 1 year and they are renewable. Short-term rentals are to be Building Code Fire Protection Act compliant. They're limited in terms of occupancy to 2 persons per bedroom, and you need 1 parking space per bedroom. There are licensee and renters code of conducts that have to be signed by the operator and their clients. And the licensee also has to prepare a detailed site plan, parking management plan, and signage for the operation. Next slide, please. One of the things that County Council wanted to incorporate into bylaw is really the opportunity for short-term rental operators to apply for a license and make a sworn declaration that their operation actually is the most important thing is code compliant with the number of things that municipalities are interested in. And so what was added to the draft bylaw was a sworn declaration. It allows the owner to say that, yes, their building is code compliant. They have functioning smoke alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, fire extinguishers, etc. They have a parking management plan that they will comply with, and it conforms. They agree that they're going to abide by the licensee code of conduct, and they're going to ensure that the renters abide by their renters code of conduct. And they'll swear that the license application, the information that they're submitting, is accurate, truthful, and complete in regards to the information submitted. And they also swear that they're going to maintain liability insurance as required through the bylaw. And this, the reason for the sworn declaration is allow for municipalities to actually issue a license without the owner after being delayed to undertake various inspections before actually operating. Next slide, please. Along with the sworn declaration, there is a notwithstanding clause. And this allows municipalities to reserve the right not to issue a license for the short-term rental operation until such time as there's been proof of inspection by either the municipality or a licensed professional approved by the municipality. And the purpose there is that there may be foreknowledge in regards to a particular property or a particular building on the property that the municipality is concerned about, and they'd rather have the inspections done before they grant the license. Next slide, please. Like all municipal bylaws, there is a penalties and fines section. In this regard, your first offense, you could be liable for a fine of up to $50,000 if you're found in contravention of the bylaw. And for a second offense, that offense and the fine for it could increase up to a maximum of $100,000. Next slide, please. In terms of implementation, and this is really where we're at right now, County Council has obviously tasked Scott and I to make these presentations. So this will be the last one that we do. And County Council, in its interest, is for municipalities to endorse their own short-term rental bylaw as soon as possible, and to implement it locally through their means, and to allow for any sort of appeals of applications that are not approved or applications that are taken away to be appealed to the county, and to allow for an appeals committee to adjudicate those matters. They're also, the county council's tasked our procurement staff to look into whether or not a third-party contractor who would monitor the short-term rental activities in conjunction with the municipality's efforts. And in regards to that, they would sort of take on the line share responsibility to monitor what's happening out there in the short-term rental space in your community, but also assist in processing applications, taking in monies for those applications, and issuing licenses on behalf of the municipality, and also to assist them in monitoring contraventions of the bylaw, and then forwarding those contraventions onto municipal staff. And as of today, our procurement staff is very close to issuing the RFP. I think it's in its final state, and it's being reviewed by the 4 municipal CEOs at this point. So with that, I think that's the end of my side of the presentation, and Scott can take over.
I think if we could, we might just pause here and see if there are any questions associated with the short-term rental draft bylaw itself, and then move on to Scott's portion of the presentation. The one thing that I like to add to the fact that county council are looking for the lower tiers to adopt the short-term rental bylaw is that they hope that we all, to the greatest extent possible, adopt the same document so that we've got standard rules across the entire county. That's the hope and the goal that that so from one end of a lake to another, there's standard rules from one end of the county to the other as well. So anyway, I would look to members of council to ask questions about Steve's presentation, starting with Councillor Richards.
I want to thank the county for bringing this. It's been a long time coming, so I'm happy it's here. One thing that has caused a little bit of concern to me that we talked about the other day is the parking management plan and water access properties, and how that's going to be interpreted by staff if the STR says, well, we utilize public parking area to access our property, and that's our parking management plan. There could be cases of 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom out there, so that allows 4 vehicles. And I'm wondering how we're going to interpret and implement that for them.
Thank you for the question. Very good one. And that's been the first time that was presented to me. And thank you for the heads up the other day. In essence, when you look at the application, the operator would be filling it out and checking off all the boxes, and would be required to submit a parking management plan. And yes, if the present cottage is a water access cottage and they use public parking facilities for that, then I would say that if they choose to rent it, then they would apply with that in mind, that they're going to use public parking as their parking management plan, and so they would indicate it as such on their application. And I guess they would work very closely with municipal staff with regards to whether or not actual spaces could be assigned, or if it was generally noted that they would be using the area for parking in support of their operation. It's
a good question, Councillor Richards, because I can see that there are some areas of the municipality where that could become problematic. You have a follow-up question?
I do have concern about how many parking spaces that could combine to being required. Right now we may only have a few properties, and so it's maybe 20 cars, but what if we have 40 properties and it's 100 cars that are now entitled to use that public parking? So I think we have to have some balance on it, but at the same time I don't want to restrict someone from being an STR just because they're a water access property.
But maybe there's some further consideration that can be given to that and reduced number of parking spaces available to them. And I don't know. I mean, because that becomes a control issue as well. Councillor Barry.
Thanks for the presentation. Just curious to know if county has considered having, if there's an amount of licenses that will be issued, and if there is consideration for, you know, losing my question sort of relates to losing community and having 80% of a lake now at a short-term rental versus ownership.
Thank you for the question. That's a very good one. And yes, County Council has discussed the matter of whether or not the bylaw should include a upward cap or a lower cap with regards to how many licenses could be issued countywide or at the individual municipalities. And it was decided at this point not to have a cap at all, and to see over the first year or two what really is the uptake with regards to how many licenses are going to be applied for, and then to monitor how successful the licensing program is and revisit the notion of providing a cap at a later date.
Go ahead.
I thought there was a great amount of work in regards to, you know, everything that's in here in regards to fireworks and just some environmental things. My one question is there's no mention in here in the agreement or the code of conduct in regards to landfills. And I wondered if that was something that was discussed, in just that thou renter shall, you know, properly recycle and not, you know, has there been any discussion in regards to refuse?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And my recollection is that County Council, that was never raised by County Council. And certainly what staff was trying to do with the licensee code of conduct and the rental code of conduct is really to provide a basis for sustainable operations of short-term rental. But that certainly could be added to those two codes. It's not germane, I guess, to the actual bylaw itself, but it could be an addition to the code of conducts.
Steve, I'm wondering if, seeing how we're the last presentation that you're making, what you've heard as to suggested changes or additions to the bylaw from the other municipalities. Have there been a lot of them?
Thank you, Your Worship, to the rest of council. So there hasn't been a lot of discussions. We've had some input from Dysart staff. The building department, for example, asked for a couple changes related to definition of structures, and so that made sense because we had a higher square footage for an accessory building, and they noted that the building code has a lower square footage, so that's a positive change. And then the planning staff at Dysart clarified what they had said at one of our joint municipal staff meetings to go over the bylaw about the use of bunkies. So the clarification there was that their bylaw just prohibits the rental of a bunkie on its own, but it doesn't. It's silent if you rent the entire property, including the primary cottage or dwelling and the bunkies. So that was a point of discussion that we want to bring forward. And then from members of the public, there has been a few emails that have been sent my way and the discussion really is Senator, about some of the prohibitions of use of buildings that may not have had a building permit, And the clarification that was provided is that if the building that's being used as a short-term rental is not code compliant, doesn't have a valid building permit that's been closed as to final inspections, it could not be used for rental in the short-term rental. And then again, there's been a number of emails received on the sleeping cabin use. So that's been about it over the last month or so.
Pro or con sleeping cabin use, or both, I suppose?
It's been more on the pro side. There's folks are really interested in the use of their sleeping cabins. That's for sure. And I think what it needs is a slight tweak to the definitions to if the 4 municipalities want to see that as an opportunity, it would require a tweak to the current draft bylaw.
Just a couple more questions. So they're interested in renting out the bunkie on its own or being included in the overall property?
Being included, yes.
Because I can see the sense in if you've rented a property and the kids want to sleep in the bunkie, you know, that sort of makes sense. I'm wondering what your thoughts are if for instance, although county council has not put a cap on, which is actually something that I wasn't sure was the best decision to make given the number that we've got in Haliburton. What would be the consequence, or would there be any challenges associated with us saying Algonquin Highlands decided that they wanted to put a limit on the number that are here in Algonquin Highlands? That wouldn't change the intent of the bylaw itself, but you see challenges associated with that?
Well, yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to rest of council. So the main interest from county council is to have bylaw four bylaws implemented by each of the municipalities, and to have them as close as can be to the originally drafted bylaw. The challenges I see if you administer a cap at Algonquin Highlands is really that of how it's administered. So, you know, if it's not uncommon to have a cap, and it's a first come first serve basis, and then those who do not get a license are put on a waiting list. So there is that aspect of administering your bylaw. So I would say that, you know, if you're thinking of that, it would be within your domain as a municipal council to tweak the bylaw to suit your community's needs. And that's about all I can say on that.
Okay, Councilor Berry.
I just couldn't find, what is the licensing fees? I couldn't find them in the document.
Yes, very good question. And thank you, Your Worship, to rest of council. So one of the discussions that happened more recently at county council was direction was given to remove the fee that was proposed on the application. One thing you won't see in the bylaw is an actual fee structure, and the reason for that is you can change the fees annually, let's say, without necessarily having to enact a new bylaw. So it would actually appear on the application, but county council wanted to wait on determining a fee until we had these presentations for the 4 municipal councils.
And could you say what the initially proposed application fee was?
Yes, thank
Councilor
you.
Berry thinks in terms of numbers.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, to rest of council. So initially there was talk from anywhere from $350 to $500.
Any other questions on the short-term rental draft bylaw? Okay, we'll go over to Mr. Ovell and hear what he's got to say about municipal accommodation tax.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Council. Just here this morning to speak to you about the municipal accommodation tax. I don't think I need to introduce myself. I was there about a month ago, but just for some context to the presentation I sent to you, county staff about last September in 2022, prior to the election, just brought forward a presentation to county council, just outlining the parameters and some information around the municipal accommodation tax, just to give some background to it. As county council and staff proceeded through the short-term rental program, the conversation came back up about including a municipal accommodation tax in the program on short-term rentals. And at that time, direction was given to explore it in more detail and if possible, actually link the two projects together. And when the short-term rental bylaw went to in effect, in a perfect world, perhaps the municipal accommodation tax could go in effect as well. Just allowing for the information to be presented upfront and ease of registration and things like that. So, and then just a bit of background on the program. I won't bore you with the details of the legislation that came out in 2017. Just a couple points of reference. The tax can only be implemented by a lower tier municipality. So for context, in Haliburton County, the county of Haliburton can't implement it across the county. It's an individual decision for the 4 local municipalities. And it is a mandatory tax. So prior to 2017, if a municipal accommodation tax was in place, it was generally put in place by a hotel association, and it was agreed upon by, let's say 10 or 12 hotels. And it was voluntary. So if you went to Niagara Falls as an example, and the tax was on your bill, you could actually asked to have it removed, and they were required to do so. In this case, if it were implemented, it's mandatory. It can't be removed, and it's required to be charged. The tax does provide authority for a variety of things. And I think a point of reference, possibly more importantly for the context of today's discussion, it does provide the authority for exemptions as well. So we have seen in some communities specific types of resorts or specific types of accommodation actually being excluded from having to charge it. And that can all be noted in the bylaw. And then just as far as the legislation goes, there are some mandatory requirements in it. And again, there's a couple that are really pertinent to today's discussion. Most importantly, 50% of the revenue collected has to go to a designated tourism entity, and that entity has to be a not-for-profit. So Algonquin Highlands can collect, and we'll just use round numbers. If they collected $100,000 through the program in a year, you could retain as a municipality $50,000, and the other 50 would have to go to a designated tourism entity, and it has to be not for profit. And we'll touch on it later in the presentation or today's discussion. But the county, as it currently stands, is the DMO for the region and Haliburton Highlands, but we are not considered a not for profit. Really the only agency that serves Haliburton County and Haliburton Highlands that would meet this criteria would actually be Ontario Highlands Tourism Organization would be the best example. The funds that are directed towards the not-for-profit must be used for the purposes of marketing, promotion of tourism, and the support of tourism development. And then probably most importantly, I shouldn't say most importantly, probably the second most important discussion point, there does need to be some type of transfer payment agreement or a service agreement between the municipality and the entity which is receiving the other 50% of the funds. And I should also say that the 50% that the municipality chooses or can't retain, you can actually give that to multiple organizations. So that there's just a point of clarification there. But I really feel that the transfer payment agreement and the service agreement, probably next to the retention of funds, is the most important point, because that really serves as the guiding document. It outlines reporting requirements, use of funds. So we've seen in some instances as well that within this document, both parties have agreed that certain types the money can be used on just more than marketing or promotion of tourism. They've outlined that tourism infrastructure, so trails as an example, maybe the rail trail could be a good example of this, wayfinding signage. They've outlined the support of economic development programming or economic development marketing. In a region such as this, it's where tourism is so closely linked to the economy. That's a really good example of where that could come into effect. And then we've also outlined when we presented to County Council in, I believe it was July, we just outlined some key considerations that have to be thought of. So really, who's collecting the tax? In some communities, if you're just applying this to your traditional roofed accommodations, such as a hotel or motel, and maybe you've only got 10 or 12 in that community, that's not a big deal. You could, there's organizations like the Ontario Hotel Motel Association that has worked with a lot of different municipalities and has collected the fees from the hotels for a very nominal rate. It's usually around like 1% of the total revenue collected. Other municipalities have chosen to do that in-house. That's not a huge issue if you're only trying to communicate or interact with 10 or 12 properties. In the case of Halberton County, we're looking at short-term rentals. When you're trying to interact with, between 300 and 400 property owners, that becomes a lot more problematic. And if you're looking at doing it internally, generally what we've seen is it actually requires people, organizations having to hire staff and basically chase the hosts and really regularly interact with them to get that revenue. So who's going to collect it? The second consideration we outlined was just what's the tax rate? 4% seems to be pretty consistent across the province. I would say I think there's roughly about 45 or 50 municipalities that have implemented the accommodation tax, and probably 95% of them have set it at 4%. Who is the eligible tourism entity that the money is going to be directed to? What do the contents of the service agreement or transfer payment agreement look like? And then I'm not here to tell you what to do with the money at the local level, but there is some consideration has to be given towards that. In some instances, we've seen policies put in place or language put in the transfer payment agreement that, and as an example, Algonquin Highlands would commit that the money they're retaining would go towards, tourism infrastructure or community service infrastructure, but that's not required. In conversations with Prince Edward County recently, they put a big chunk of the money they collected this year just back into the roads department because that is infrastructure that's being used by visitors, and it's a great way to rehabilitate the roads. So what our recommendations were to County Council and subsequently to the local municipalities we presented to, as Director Stone outlined, is there's an RFP going out to hopefully utilize a third party to help with the administration of the short-term rental program. And within that, we've outlined some language around the respondents to identify their ability to collect the tax from the hosts and communicate with them. And specifically, we've also asked for what their remittance rate is. If, I think a lot of municipalities, when they're doing it internally right now, or even using ORMA as an example, they're maybe only getting 30 or 40% of their hosts that are registered actually remitting the tax. So there's a lot of money being left on the table in that instance. We would recommend a tax rate of 4% to be implemented on short-term rentals at this time. We'd also recommend that the county create a municipal services corporation, and that entity would be a not-for-profit corporation. And I'll touch on kind of the contents of that in the next slide. That would be the entity that would receive the 50% that's not retained at the local level. And as well, ideally, we would love to create a consistent service agreements with all the local municipalities. However, recognizing that there might need to be some tweaks to that just to suit either strategic priorities that have been outlined by the councils in each municipality. And then just some background on a municipal services corporation. They're traditionally used, I shouldn't say traditionally used, you see them a lot with power utilities and water and wastewater. Prince Edward County just recently implemented one to be the entity for their accommodation tax. The municipality is the sole shareholder, and it operates at an arm's length from, in this case, it would be the county. what we would propose just for the remainder of this term, if the program was implemented, would be that the board of directors for this municipal services corporation would just consist of county council. That would actually allow the program probably to hit the ground running. There wouldn't be the need to recruit, train, and educate members of the public. And it's also twofold there as well. We could also use existing county governance policies, procurement. As well, we have a recently completed economic development strategy as well as a destination management plan. So there wouldn't be a need to then go out and try and create a whole new strategy for this organization. Ideally, we'd be able to move forward quickly. And then the staff support for that board would actually come from county staff. So it would be the economic development and tourism department would then support that board. So there also wouldn't be a need to go out and try and hire new staff to support this entity. It could be done internally and therefore keeping kind of the overhead of the organization at a minimum. Now, what we're looking at right now is just as far as next steps would be to draft a consistent municipal accommodation tax bylaw for review and adoption at the local level. That can be done fairly easily. They exist in a lot of different parts in the province. It's just really kind of changing some language. We would draft a consistent, hopefully a consistent service agreement for your council's consideration if you wanted to implement the program, as well as we begin the process of incorporating a municipal services corporation. There is some work that has to be done around that. We are required to do some public consultation, and we could do that. Hopefully, we feel we can do that with our internal staff and through the county's weighed-in public engagement tool. And then we do need to create a business case study around that. That will be a little bit more intensive, but we're just going through the process of looking at the details around that, and we're hopeful that we can do that internal. And then just one item of note too, as well, is with this municipal service corporation and utilizing county council as the board for that, that essentially keeps the management of all the money that's being collected through the program within the control of the municipal councils. At the local level, you can manage the 50% that you retain. And then at the municipal services corporation and subsequently the upper tier, you actually have your county council representatives that are guiding the funds that are being utilized through that organization. So it allows kind of two layers of influence on how this money is being spent throughout the county. We have done some initial estimates on overall what we feel the amount of money that could be generated through this program. How we came to this number was we basically have a number of approximate number on the number of hosts throughout the county, and that's roughly around 1,500. We were given some estimates on what kind of the average daily rate was being charged by these hosts. And then we received some data from the province just on occupancy rates. So we took all that and did some calculations. And right now on the low end, what we feel is the program could potentially generate between $2 to $2.5 million, but it's at this point, it's still really hard to say, recognizing that we don't know what the remittance rate is going to be. And then just at the county level, we've just acknowledged there is the possibility that, we could potentially save around $250,000 just in our existing marketing and programming budget, both for tourism and economic development. As I've said time and time again when I've made this presentation, it is a unique opportunity to perhaps save money and make money at the same time. It doesn't really come along that often. So with that, happy to field any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions, Councillor Barry?
So just clarification, I think this is probably for Steve. Where would the appeals live? At the county?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, to rest of council. Yes, that would be, that's the thinking so far, is that the county council would pass a bylaw that would create the appeals committee and adjudicate any matters forwarded to it by the local municipalities.
So it would in essence be a separate organization. So it would be managed here at the lower tier. But if somebody wanted to make an appeal, they could go to a great extent, a separate entity body.
So the people at the appeals committee would be the county council? Or it would be like a
Well, I'll let Steve answer that. You can see he's waiting with bated breath to answer.
Thank you, Your Worship, to rest of council. So the structure and those appointed to that committee have yet to be determined. That would be sort of vetted out through the creation of that bylaw for the appeals committee.
So it could in fact be all of county council, or it could be a mixture of county council, or it could be an appointed group.
And that wouldn't be a conflict or a problem if county council is also determining the mat tax, like where
The
the
mat
50
tax is managed.
50% of where the money goes would be run by county, would be overseen.
It would be run by, if you heard what Scott had to say, there would be a corporation established that's separate from county council. So they would be the ones that would, the money would be funneled to.
Mhm.
But the group that would be an appeals group for the short-term rentals would be a separate group.
Okay.
Other questions? Councillor Richards.
If the funds are on the mat tax received into a county managed municipal corporation, how would we ensure that funds collected in Algonquin Highlands are directed to Algonquin Highlands tourism?
We could identify that in the service agreement. The reality is, as the department's currently constructed right now, it's our approach is to do our best to service all of the county and the assets within that. That could be discussion for the board if it's established. I just would say it would get really challenging, probably from a spending standpoint, if you got really specific and said we're X amount of money can only be spent on assets within this geographic region. I'm not saying it can't be done. It would just be, would be challenging probably to do it that way.
Keeping in mind that the other 50% that we retain could be used partly for that, partly for the management of the program, partly for whatever we want it to be used for. But good question, something to be considered. Councillor Barry.
Just a question in regards to having a counselor with a conflict of interest or a pecuniary interest. Would there be an alternative for that, for that group? No?
That person would have a conflict of interest no matter where they were sitting, so would not be able to participate.
So if the committee had to decide where this 50% of revenue was going, would that be decided by a vote?
Sorry, Warden, if I may. So on the conflict of interest part, that would all be outlined within the incorporation documents, as well as the policies of the corporation. And as I noted, we probably would just utilize the conflict of, as an example, in this case, the conflict of interest policies that already exist at the county level. And that would guide that decision making. The board could choose if they wanted, if they felt there was, a conflict of interest, then they could maybe perhaps Algonquin Highlands could appoint an alternate to sit in that place, but that would be dictated by the board. And then just a follow-up to the councillor's question about directing funds perhaps specifically to Algonquin Highlands in this instance. I think the opportunity there is where exists is we could look at joint projects. And that's where I think the councils again can say, we're doing, say there's an event going on in Algonquin Highlands. That's where this organization could kind of step in and really support and help out and amplify what's going on there. And that's just one example of how that could look.
Some things yet to be determined. Councillor Richards.
I would just actually like to lend my support to that line of thinking, and that I wouldn't like to see Algonquin Highlands underrepresented either in an appeals process or in direction of funds.
We already have those sorts of discussions, and I'm quite sure that they will continue. I mean, because that's part of the purpose of, the membership on county council is to look after each municipality while looking after the interests of the county as a whole. But I certainly agree. It's an argument that's in place right now for one particular portion of county council's operations.
If I may, Warren, just a follow-up to that. That's the thought process with just initially having county council as the board. There may be a time where it could be explored that members of the public want to be on that, but initially county council is already adept at trying to make decisions that are and juggle the priorities that are in the best interests of their local constituents as well as the best interests of the county, and that's a juggling act that is challenging and sometimes can be difficult for people to understand. So that's why we're thinking right now, just initially for the remainder of this term, it can be county council because it's they're already well versed in making those decisions and trying to focus both local and regional.
I will commit to being a pit bull on behalf of Algonquin Highlands. Councillor Barry.
Final question, just in regards to the not-for-profit tourism entity that would be eligible for this. Just thinking, where is the eligibility in regards to tourism entity, and would something like if each municipality had a cultural plan, would that fit the entity of tourism? I'm just thinking if there was a group, if there's a cultural, could the money come back into culture? Because in that regard, those are in each municipality, and there is tourism aspects of that. I'm just curious how that would work, or is that too internal?
Through your worship, basically the legislation's written in that it has to be an incorporated not-for-profit entity that has a mandate for the promotion and marketing of tourism. So if there's a committee that exists, if it's not incorporated, it wouldn't be eligible. However, that being said, what can be done there is, there's a lot of plans out there that exist already. So probably what the corporation or the not-for-profit that receives the 50%, in this case, the Municipal Services Corporation, you would probably be doing a review, and we do that as tourism staff and economic development staff already, just to review those documents. Your county councilors could bring those forward. The reality is, and I've said this to a few of our councilors, if you just look at the numbers we're throwing around, and if on the low end you're looking at this entity, having to spend roughly $1 million in a year, to do that responsibly, I think early on will be a challenge. I'm not saying you have to spend all of it, but it's nice to spend a large chunk of that. So that's where I talk about the partnerships, and whether it's counselors or local staff coming to this organization and saying we could use some support here. That'd be great. And again, that funnels that money back into the local area. And then on the second half of it is the money that's retained, in this case by Algonquin Highlands. If you have a cultural committee, or any kind of committee, really, you can direct money towards them. And you may just have to look at, similar to the Municipal Services Corporation, some form of policy around when you're handing out some of this money or providing it to organizations, what are the parameters are, because you're really almost getting into grants, which isn't a bad thing, because this is, it's money generated through tourism. So you're doing your best to put that back in that area, but hopefully that answers your question.
Keeping in mind too, that many of the cultural entities that you might be thinking about sort of tie in with recreation and tourism, and it all ties together. Go ahead.
Question, it's clarification. Sorry, the second part of your comment there is just saying the 50% that's retained could be done.
Well, the 50% is retained by the municipality, can be spent in any way that we deem most appropriate.
Okay.
From anywhere from roads that are impacted by the business of short-term rentals to cultural or recreational or airport, all of those things.
If I may, or really, the only thing I've seen consistently that the money that's been retained by municipalities, they've generally just made a commitment that they're not going to try and spend that on staffing. salaries, that's about it. And then some areas I've said will be more consistent with trying to contribute it to tourism. But the reality is, I think a lot of municipalities are finding too that as more and more services are getting download from the province to the the county level and the local level, that these funds can then be utilized for a variety of different things, and those priorities can change, based on your budget priorities or your strategic plan, your council.
Thank you, gentlemen. Information is much appreciated. I really look forward to us moving forward with this process. I know it's been much anticipated and awaited for by many in the county, so I really look forward to progress. So at this point in time, I think we will be receiving your presentation for information. And you'll be taking comments back to County Council for some minor tweaking, I gather, of the existing documentation. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the presentations? Councillor Short-Reed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives a delegation from Steve Stone, Director of Planning, and Steve Ovell, Director of Economic Development and Tourism, County of Haliburton, regarding the short-term rental bylaw.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll just call Councillor or Deputy Mayor Dayu in, and then we'll hear the next delegate. So up next is Mr. Jonathan Bear to talk about a Shore Road closing application. Welcome, sir.
Members of council, I'm here present as well for this delegation. I didn't know if Jonathan, do you want me to sort of go in there first and you can follow up afterwards?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Just before you start, I understand you're Savas.
Savas, yep.
Okay, and just so that you both know that we'll be receiving your delegation, but not actually dealing with the application until later on in the meeting.
Yeah, that's understood. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Perfect. So my name is Savas Paratus. I'm from Plan Muskoka. I'm the principal planner there in the firm, and I'm here representing Jonathan as his agent. I'm going to keep my presentation fairly brief. I think the council may remember this matter, which was an OSRA closure application that was brought forward on Rockaway Lake for the OSRA that's directly adjacent or across from Rockaway Island, which is owned by the applicants in this case. So when it was in front of council at the previous council meeting, council deferred the application until we provided additional information to staff related to some of the questions regarding the trail that leads to the water and information about some docking that was proposed as well on it as well. We have now submitted that application to staff, and staff has taken that into consideration for their report that they have written for consideration later in the agenda. The revised or the information that we provided a revised sketch which showed the trail that goes down to Rockaway Lake through the Crown Land and onto the OSRA at that section, and it clearly shows that the trail down to the water is first of all not vehicular. It's a off-road trail that cannot be used by like cars or automobiles, and that the OSRA closure application avoids that trail and does not by any means impede any access to the lake that's currently being used by the members of the public over Crown Land. It showed a turnaround area, which again in the same instance is not proposed to. The OSRA closure application is not proposed to take any land away from that access to Rockaway Lake. The sketch itself showed a conceptual docking location that the applicants hope to be able to construct a small dock that would ease access to their island across the lake from it. Like I said, there was some discussion about vehicular access, and there was some notion that maybe that would be used. The OSRA closure application would lead to the usage of the land as a parking lot. Again, there is no vehicular access to the property now, in order to the OSRA portion that's proposed to be closed. That's going to remain the fact afterwards, after construction has been completed. There is a temporary work permit that's been granted by the MNR to allow construction vehicles down to that area. But after construction is completed, that work permit is concluded, and the trailway be returned back to its previous state and would again become a non-vehicular access trail down to the water's edge. And that was pretty much the extent of the additional information that we provided. I think Jonathan probably best to speak to some of the stewardship that he's done and some of the cleanup that he's done in that area, and what his intentions are for the lands itself, and in terms of its maintenance and usage. But that's pretty much sort of concludes sort of our side of the revisions that we provided to the sketch that we provided to staff. And I just wanted to say that we do agree with staff's recommendation, which I believe is to allow for the closure and purchase of the OSRA, which you'll hear later in the agenda. But I'd be happy to answer any questions from a planning perspective, but I'll pass it on to Jonathan if he wants to add a few words as well. Thank you.
The only question that I would have at this point in time, which I think might be more appropriate for you, is the rationale for going to an outright purchase as opposed to a license of occupation.
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that, Your Worship. And maybe Jonathan can get into this as well. But I believe there is, in terms of there is the idea that they may want to construct a small bridge that would be located in where there is currently like a raft access over like a rope raft access from the tip of the island to the OSRA that's proposed to be closed, which I don't think would be possible to be constructed without the purchase of the OSRA. So that was the justification for it. But if Jonathan wanted to add any more to that, I think he would be better suited to answer that.
Sure. Thanks, Avis. Part of the rationale for requesting the closure of the road allowance as opposed to a license of use relates to a bit of a cost benefit analysis. For the duration of the build and beyond, I will have to expend not immaterial resources in hopefully being able to build the dock, improving the portion of an ATV trail that leads to this narrow spot where a cable ferry goes back and forth to the island. And it would be, I think, good to know, fair, that if I'm expending those resources, that they will be a permanent feature of my access and egress to and from Rockaway Island going forward. As well as we outlined in our supplementary material, seeing the pictures before about the outdoor bin waste sort of scene. That's a bit of what's going on right now at the shore landing to Rockaway Lake. It's strewn all over the place with litter, wrecked boats, garbage. I'm in the process of cleaning all of that up, as well as campsites and other spots around the lake. But one of the features of all that having gone on is there's been several times when I've gone down to try to access my property or come out of it only to find someone else's ATV or their little boat trailer that they haul with the ATV parked right in the spot where I need to continue on to access my island. And I just don't think, unless I have the strength of title, that I can bring some semblance of order to what's going on down there. I'm not really taking away any access or any usage pattern by anyone else. There's no one else that goes any further than the shore landing itself. There's not even that many people that come down there. I'm sure to be the loser in any confrontation, given that I've got, a property right adjacent and I'm fairly exposed there. It would be great for me if I could somehow designate that there is some private property. And would it be nice if you can just park on this side of your trail and not block, my access and egress? And I think the strength of having title would also, further help bring order, to what's a little bit of a chaotic scene. and would be fair to me in terms of just knowing that I've got a permanent access that I can always use. It will really guarantee order, and in addition to that, safety and security. If I ever have to get off the island quickly or get in, the last thing I sort of want to find is that I can't do that because of others blocking the way. And again, I think it's not unfair to any other user of the lake. It will be me who maintains this pathway always. If a tree falls down, I'm chopping it. If the road or the pathway needs some maintenance, it's me who's doing it. And I'm happy to do it. As Savis mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, I mean, this all might sound like a crazy notion. Why am I going and doing all these things? But stewardship of a wilderness area is near and dear to me. And so I'm happy to have this pathway maintained. My philosophy comes out of a use it or lose it mentality. If you don't open up wilderness for people to go and use it and spend time there, then, you know, we're never going to be able to protect these areas. So I just wanted to shed that light on it, because I do have a fairly holistic vision of, I think, what is healthy in this one little unique spot where, in my view, I sort of stand, but at really the juncture of your township, MNRF, and MECP. And I've been trying to be in touch with all three, levels of government to give everyone a sense of what we're trying to do there. This little strip of OSRA land has a very natural geographic bent towards the island itself, and would be substantially helpful for me in terms of carrying out that vision. So I know that's a bit more than what you asked, Mayor, but I felt it important. Thank you.
It's rather extraordinary and shocking to see the amount of misuse of natural land. It's sort of sad. Questions for members of council? We really appreciate your being here today, and I know you had to wait some time to get to us, but we much appreciate your being here, and we will be giving due consideration to your request.
Thank you.
I could have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, council received a delegation from Jonathan Bahar and Savis Varadas regarding a proposed shore road allowance closing application located at part of lot 29 and 30, concession 5 geographic township of Livingston, Rockaway Lake.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is, I see we have nothing under building and bylaws, so we'll move on to parks and rec and trails. Morning, Mr. Card.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
The first up is, I see the Recreation Committee minutes. Anything particular coming out of those that you'd like to comment to, or members of council?
If I may, through you, Mayor, there are two recommendations that were made by the committee at their last meeting for council's consideration relative to this year's budget. It is part of their terms of reference to review and make recommendations to me on budget this time of year. And one is to provide the Recreation Committee with $2,500 for new events arising from community input from completed surveys. So the intent there is that we're just about to get all of those recreation surveys back, knowing that we're heading into budget time and not completely sure what yet will come out of those surveys. They'd like to be able to have some money to be able to commit to doing something with something out of those surveys. That would be in addition to their existing budget. The other recommendation for council's consideration is that any unspent money from Recreation Committee budget be kept in a reserve fund for other recreation activities moving ahead.
Comments or questions from council? Councillor Shortreed.
Unfortunately, I wasn't at that meeting, but this is such a new committee and with a lot of really good ideas. So I don't think they're trying to take advantage of getting more money, but they just want to ensure that they do have enough money
to do comparable events in each location.
Well, and if there are some really good ideas that come out of the survey, we want to be able to put some of them,
Definitely.
maybe not all at once,
No,
but, start
absolutely.
moving forward with implementing new programs or services. So I definitely see that. I would suggest that would all become part of our budget deliberations, but that would be a serious consideration for us. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Very much in favor of both recommendations. Question for clarification. At a previous council meeting, we discussed the Canada Day monies remaining, any unspent Canada Day monies remaining for the next year's Canada Day. So would does your second recommendation include kept in a reserve fund for other recreation activities in those locations, or how would we work what council had already discussed and decided?
But we had already made the commitment about the Canada Day funds. But
Yes, that is correct through you, Mayor. The Canada Day funds would remain in their own reserve, which would be separate of this. The Canada Day funds were funds made through the silent auction and other donations.
do you have another question?
No, that's what I was really hoping to hear, and just wondering how that would be reflected in a resolution so that it doesn't get, or if that's crystal clear.
Well, I don't see us making any resolution about the funding at this point in time, just receiving the minutes for information and that being part of being aware that this is something that the committee wants, that we consider that during budget.
I see.
Unless I hear different from our CAO, that seems the best approach.
That is absolutely the best approach. This will be provided to the treasurer and it'll be built into the budget for council's consideration.
Just one of those things we need to keep top of mind when we're doing our budgeting. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes from October the 18th? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives the October 18th, 2023 Recreation Committee meeting minutes.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the much anticipated request for funding to plow the Raven Lake Landing area.
Correct. So for council's consideration today is requests from the Raven Lake Cottagers Association for plowing services at the Raven Lake Landing. Highlights of this are that the Raven Lake Landing is a shared landing that does serve township taxpayers, day users, users of the Halliburton Highlands water trails, as well as other user groups such as the Snowmobile Association. It is a Crown land owned property. Previously, it had been plowed up until this past winter by the Township of Lake of Bays. They have indicated that they will no longer be doing that, which spurred this request from the Raven Lake Cottagers Association. I had the Public Works Manager, Mr. Thorne, had reviewed this request as well from a costing perspective. So costing is provided for council's consideration if they would like to move forward. The annual anticipated cost would be $5,460, and then that's based on an average number of plows, which would be once a week, and some sanding over the operating season, which is 21 weeks. Any additional costing would be charged at a per hourly basis of $108. Just looking for council feedback on that.
Looking for council feedback on that. Councillor Shortreed.
Was this not a parking lot that we initially plowed and then with the shared service agreement, Lake of Bays started plowing it?
I'd refer through the mayor to the CAO. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. We did plow it. It was a winter maintenance shared service agreement where Lake Bays did some plowing for us in Oxton Lake, and we did Raven Lake. And then Lake of Bays at the time decided that they wanted to end that agreement. And so they reverted to the Raven Lake Landing.
So initially we did plow it and Lake of Bays agreed to plow it in the shared service agreement, but they've stopped doing that.
Yes.
And what happened to the plowing that they did in Oxtown Lake? They stopped doing that.
They stopped doing that. We took it back.
If I may, Mayor.
Better for you to speak right now than me.
Thank you. Just to add, just for council's knowledge, that we do have a land use permit for the docks and the retaining wall there, and we do manage and maintain all of that as part of the shared services agreement.
Other thoughts or questions, Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I'm not unsympathetic to Lake of Bays in this regard, in that, you know, the majority of Raven Lake is in Algonquin Highlands, and Oxtongue Lake is also ours. So, you know, I'm not sure could you say, what did we used to do for them? Because them plowing up in Oxtongue Lake is a support to us, and them plowing for the Raven Lake cottagers is also a support to us. So what was our half of that?
They plowed Oxtongue Lake. We did Raven Lake Landing. Raven Lake Landing is in Lake Bays. So
It is,
yeah,
yes.
it was an exchange.
Yeah, it is in Lake of Bays, but as I say, I'm not unsympathetic because the majority of the lake is in Algonquin Highlands. So it does, I do see the logic behind it. But I do think this is just, again, one piece of a much larger concern that we've shared in the past, which is just equity between how we support each other's communities. You know, we are in the process of redoing a $1 million community center refit that is going to service both communities. And we're not asking them to support that. It doesn't feel like we've come up with a truly shared service agreement. And this is just one piece less in that lack of parity. So, you know, that's my broader concern, honestly.
I will say that from time to time, there were some murmurings about Lake of Bays becoming involved in our Dorset Recreation Center project. And that was not necessarily looked at positively. Nice to get money, but like, you know, who maintains, continues to be the decision makers about how the facility is used. And I think we just decided, like, we'd already budgeted for it. It's our facility and we're on our own. You know, when it comes to this, you know, I have mixed feelings. You know, I'm disappointed to some extent in how things seem to be, you know, sort of dropping off and the parity that you speak of. But I also, you know, I'm sympathetic to the Raven Lake folks that need plowing. You know, so I'm inclined to agree for us to proceed with this. You know, although there's some frustration associated with that. And obviously there's a definite need for us to organize a shared services agreement meeting to talk about these things in a broader sense.
I just want to add a little bit more information as well in my conversation with Public Works Manager, in that he's had conversations with his Lake of Bays counterpart just around how they plowed the landing. And as we all know, it's a very, very busy landing, and a lot of congestion with vehicular traffic, snowmobiles, that sort of thing. They were not always able to plow when they went to it, because obviously that congestion prevented that. They also have a night shift team that does plowing, and so they often did it at night. We don't have that. So just to lay out the expectation that there may be times that it can't be plowed because of traffic.
In as timely a way as they might wish it to happen. Mm-hmm. Other thoughts? Councillor Richards.
I support us doing this, and I'm glad to hear we have consensus on that.
Do we?
I think maybe. But I do want to remember that there's a lot of other lakes that need our support too. And I just want to put that out there.
Counselor Berry.
Well. I guess my worry is, like, I support, it's no fault of Raven Lake residents in our tax base. It's, you know, it's an unfortunate situation. They've had a service that they've expected and, you know, it's switching wheelhouses of where that service is now going to come from or proposed to come from. I guess my issue is with the talk of, you know, needing more parking and some of the talks today in regards to short-term rentals and how much parking is available and all of that. By doing this, are we setting precedent going forward if we're increasing our parking lots, that winter maintenance is now an additional expectation that the entire municipality pays for?
Well, I certainly take your point. I mean, we all know that, you know, we've got some challenges when it comes to parking and how that's going to be covered. I would think that this one is a little bit different situation in that it's an existing parking lot. As opposed to something that we're going to create or know that we need to create or do something about. It's the only difference. You know, I mean, it's like either we're in or we're out here, acknowledging that there are other issues going forward. As I know that some of us felt when we were doing our strategic planning discussions, so we've got more that we want to talk about. There's more things that we want to incorporate into this, and that is to come. So to me, it's a yes or no kind of. You were really good at that, right? At some point in time, yes or no, sort of situation, whether we're going to go forward with it or not. So I guess I would look for a show of hands of support to continue to move forward to plow. Okay, and I guess we have a resolution. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Short-Reed, Councillor Richards. Okay, and recognizing that there have been some challenges brought up by our CAO with respect to the, you know, the timing and the challenges of plowing there. The only one piece of it that kind of, it's not a staging area for the Snowmobile Association. And I don't know what agreement is in place for that, but, you know, I mean, it's where's the crossover between locals who are parking their vehicles and snowmobiling across to their cottages and just snowmobilers who are parking there to go sledding? That might become a challenge. Councillor Richards.
I have no knowledge if it's used by people other than those who have the lake there. So I don't think we can.
I had heard at one point that it is used from time to time as a bit of a, hey, we're all going to have a, you know, a day out and here's where we're going.
It could be certainly near
Not a regular.
me is also used similarly. You come out for the day and come back. So.
Councillor Berry?
Heard from the Raven Lake Association?
Yeah, well, they were here. They did a delegation some time ago, and I know that they've made every effort to try and see if they could get a permit, you know, for the area, but they haven't had success. And I know that they're trying to raise funds for summer maintenance. You have a resolution there? I'm sorry, Chris.
That's okay. Thank you. It is an interesting challenge with various uses of parking, like what you're referring to with the snowmobiles, because that is something that the Cottage Association did bring up as a concern, and something we need to think about is that because we won't have a land use permit, it stays as Crown land. We're only plowing it. We won't have any say over what is able to happen there or who's able to park there. So the fact still remains that we could plow it and the entire lot could be filled with trailers, and the Raven Lake cottagers still don't have a place to park. They can't have precedent over it. It still will remain publicly accessible.
And they're aware of that. Okay. Resolution?
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report PRT 1922 regarding Raven Lake Landing parking area. Plowing request from Raven Lake Cottagers Association submitted by Chris Card, and that Council supports the request for the Raven Lake parking area plowing.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is environmental business. Some information that we had requested coming back to us on the options for seasonal service costs versus year-round. And I would suggest, before Melissa starts, that this is something that we will look at as information and receiving for information at this point, as opposed to having a discussion about this, or not discussion is not the word I'm looking for, but debate. Because I have made a commitment to the local lake association. They do wish to make a delegation. They were not able to, given the number of delegations that we had today, able to be here today. So I've just have assured them, look, we're not going to be making any decisions until we hear from you. Over to you, Melissa.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer, questions about any of the information I provided. In that, and as I've outlined in the report, most of the startup costs are fixed regardless of how long an operation, whether it's seasonal or year round. Same thing with administration, training, health and safety, signage, those sorts of things. They're all fixed costs, regardless of how much time the service runs for. So it's staff time, equipment time, and contract services really that are variable depending on the hours of operation.
Questions, comments?
Sorry.
Councillor Shortring.
Just a comment. Thank you so much for that presentation this morning. I mean, I learned so much about what they're doing and what they have done in the past. Like, it was definitely educational going. I've seen their bins years ago, I know, but what they're doing now and the time that they've spent doing it is very, very informative. Very. So thank you. And her.
Deputy Mayor Day.
I respect that you don't want a full debate on this, so you can cut me off whenever you're ready. But I did walk into today before even seeing this morning's presentation, being pretty much in love with the potential that the stationary vehicular option could offer us. And the reason I would like to mention that now is that I do see it as having potential for potentially other communities as well. In Ward 3, it would be the folks well up Livingston Lake Road who have to travel 40 minutes to get to the landfill every time they wanted to drop off their refuse. And I could see how we could gain further advantage by investing in this system than just for one community. And that's the piece that I'm hoping we'll be able to talk about at the right time moving forward.
Councillor Richards.
I would agree with that. I think that presentation was very useful. And I can see scalability in that for our future growth. It could lead to actual waste collection curbside to our community at some point down the road. As we continue to grow and we're talking about new developments in various areas. And that lack of, all these people having to put it into their cars and drive to the landfill from everywhere. This would definitely resolve a lot of complaints.
I just love my trips to the dump, and I'm going to continue no matter what. The only thing that I would say, I found this morning's presentation to be like, wow, this is really informative stuff. Recognizing that if we were to use this, that's option one, right? Stationary collection would be considerably more money, I think, ultimately than what's quoted here. I mean, that's fine if we're only going to use it for that single location, but if we start to look at utilizing a vehicle to go to alternate locations, which I see would rapidly follow, would be considerably more. Councillor Richards, then Councillor Barry.
I think that's something we need to look at too, is she mentioned cost per unit quite often in her presentation. What is justifiable per household on what we're spending on waste management? I think it's a good question to discuss.
Councillor Barry.
Clarification, I mean, I echo what council's saying about the presentation today, and this report is fantastic. Just in regards to option one, is that for a service provider? Like this is something that we would hire someone to come and contract out, or is this based on us, you know, procuring the infrastructure, the equipment?
It's got to be a service provider because I look at those trucks and think, oh.
Yeah, I don't see those big number trucks in here, so I'm just confirming that.
If I may.
Yeah.
I would say it's a hybrid. So wasn't looking at the types of trucks that they had used in the Muskoka program, but it was costed out using municipal services. So a scaled down approach, but municipal staff, at least as far as the truck operator.
And do we have the equipment that we could do that if we decided to go ahead, or would we need additional equipment?
There would be additional equipment needed, you know, purchase of an appropriate trailer. And additionally, like you said, the scalability of these costs were based on, for example, a truck only being used part-time for that service and utilized for other services in the municipality.
So a little more fleshing out as we go forward, I can see. Any other questions at this point in time? Great information. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Just thinking about timing and our own budget process coming up. And is this something that in any way we could think about coming to a resolution on for this budget year, or are we definitively looking for the next budget year for any decision of any kind on this?
I would suggest that at least one option, which might very well be the preferred option by the Lake Association, is not something that would happen in this next budget season, other than the planning part of it. But some, you know, some of these options, you know, could be part of, depending on where we go and whether we've made a decision in a timely enough way. Excuse me. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives report EB 2823 regarding seasonal service cost estimates for Hawk Lake area waste management service options submitted by Vanessa Murray.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the agreement with Circular Materials. Now, I understand that that's coming up under the bylaw section. Was there anything that you wanted to speak to with respect to that?
This was follow up to a report, and I apologize, quite a while ago where we had expected this agreement to come forward rather quickly, and it's taken a bit longer to get to that. And so has been reviewed by myself, legal and CAO, and that was council's direction to move forward if it met those needs.
Okay, thank you very much. To be perfectly honest, I'm in a little bit of a quandary about what to do next, because I see that the discussion I've just lost my, the discussion that we might have about the Green Burial Society would take us well into lunch. So we could now break for lunch, even though it's only 5 minutes to, or we could, go to one of the other items under Public Works. Thoughts? I see that our green burial discussion might take, you know, maybe up to half an hour. Go ahead.
Perhaps naively, I don't foresee it taking that long. I see it as being a quicker thing, but
okay, well, we'll go ahead and have cold lunch. So I guess you're done, Melissa. Thank you so much. And we'll bring Adam to the table. and go back to his report. My computer just. Don't. Agenda. So I have a sense, I'm sorry, I've just had to bring back, bring my agenda back up. I have a sense that there is a possibly already a unanimous decision on which of the three options that have been presented is the option of choice. So, and that being option number 2, and unless I'm wrong, I would ask somebody to speak up if it's something different. Option, go ahead.
The committee has been talking about these options for quite some time, and staff has been there to support the conversation throughout, which has been very helpful. But I think the research conducted by the society has also been extremely helpful, and recognizing that the Burial Society is the #1 group who would be availing themselves of this section of the cemetery. I think quite a bit of weight can go behind their comfort level with certain things, and the information that Terry presented today was conclusive in that the folks who would most likely be using this space feel very comfortable with option number 2, in that 1, it would allow for the space to be as green as possible for as long as possible as it is being filled, and then it would continue to be a very green space, much more akin to a meadow after it is filled, going on forever. The second piece is that while there are really understandable concerns in the majority of the population, I could say, across perhaps the township, of folks wanting to be buried next to each other, and that's something that staff has said they've heard time and time again, that is not really as much a concern at all in the subset of the population who would be interested in the green burial philosophy. And I declare I count myself in on someone who, as someone who will be choosing this option, be it in Algonquin Highlands or elsewhere. I'm not a member of the society, but this is my preferred option. And the idea that my remains could be in a completely green space trumps my desire to be right beside someone that I love. So I do understand the findings that the society has brought to us this morning. And I would like to believe that the kinds of complaints that staff have, or not complaints, I shouldn't say complaints, but concerns that have been raised about folks being buried next to each other in our traditional sacred spaces would not replicate themselves in this new area. So all that to say that we've spoken in depth about it at the committee level. We've been reassured by staff that they can make any of the options work. You know, if either any of those options was not feasible, they wouldn't have brought it to us. And on the basis of all of that, we did decide and made a motion that we suggest to council that option number 2 be the decided option, with an internment rights, which is on an as needed basis rather than on a pre-selected basis.
I would think that there still is the option if assuming that you're not like bound and determined to be part of the green burial philosophy, you still have the option to be buried next to your loved one. And I would almost think that if you are part of that green philosophy, that you'd be happy simply to know that your partner or your loved one was in that same field with you, or that's the way it appeals to me. But I would look to Councillor Richards and then Councillor Berry.
I have 2 questions. one may be a little bit of my own ignorance, but what's, other than the field, aspect of it, if I wanted to be buried green, but I wanted to be buried with my husband, could I not be in the regular section and still be green? And then my other question is, why is option 2 better than option 3 in your eyes?
I can't answer that. I mean, I could make some comments, but Counselor Barry.
So the first part is, yes, you and your partner could be burned or buried green in the regular time of year. It's where getting involved in winter burial, you would have to be cremated, and then technically, depending on your philosophy, that wouldn't be considered as green in.
Aren't we also considering winter burial with regular burial at some point? We're not at all looking at that. Okay.
Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Did you want to jump in? I know that we've got like some decisions to yes, no decisions to make.
Yep.
But is there, comment that you'd like to make before that?
Yes, please, through you, Mayor. Thank you. Just to go back to Jennifer's or Jen's comment about starting, let's say, from the sale of consecutively selling plots from front to back with option 2. Option 2 can still offer you an open purchase your plot and pick where you want to go. It doesn't have to be a front to back. It just means that the way that the municipal staff open and close them will change. That's so you can still be buried beside your loved one. You can still buy, if you choose option 2 and you choose to go with a purchase your plots and pick your plots, allowing people to pick specifically which plot they want and to be buried by themselves or beside their partners. Council can choose to do that. You don't have to pick option 2 and all of a sudden you're pigeonholed to only selling from front to back or back to front. I just wanted to clarify that.
Not offers a lot more complications. It does, doesn't it?
So the biggest struggle that we'll face is, again, the equipment and driving over plots and the plot 4-foot walkway design. So that's almost where council needs to make the decision on what are we going to allow to people to walk over. So as an example, if you choose option 2 and you choose not to have the walkways and we choose to do regardless of whether it's front to back option or you can purchase as many plots as you want in one area and have a whole family together. The caveat there is, how are we identifying our walkways? So if council chooses to not put gravel down on the walkway, then that's their choice. If they choose to allow the meadow be the same material as where the 4-foot pathways are, what is the height of the meadow that we're going to allow? Are we allowing people to walk through 4-foot tall grass? I'm going to use the term grass because I'm not sure what is used, but 4-foot tall organic material, or is there going to be a cap on how high the organic material can be? It also comes into play on whether or not we're going to remove that height. So if organic material is being allowed to be used that grows at a 12-inch or 32-inch high is irrelevant, are we as staff going to basically mow it or knock it down, flatten it so that we can allow families to come in beside the plots? So I think that does come down to operational. If you choose the option or design 2, that's awesome. That's great. We can work with that. And then it's just breaking down what the next steps are as to what staff are going to be doing and what the Green Burial Society and what the committee is directed by council.
Well, and we can work through that through some of the options that you've given us, right?
Of course. I just wanted to make sure that council was aware that option 2, design 2, has 2 options that we can work through.
I'm still hearing from the Green Burial Society and from the consensus that the committee has had that they are not as concerned. They're not concerned with being able to pick individual spots. And you know, that I think that we really need to pay attention to that, because I mean, it's the people from the Green Burial Society and those people who are truly interested in a green or as natural as possible a choice, that's not of concern to them, and everybody else can still have their choices that they want. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to the point of 4-foot grass or 2-foot grass, and if it's mowed operationally, absolutely, these are, you know, you have to have that information. You're gonna need to know what is expected moving ahead. But the philosophy of green burial is so outside the box of traditional burial that I suspect the majority of members of the society are not even anticipating visiting the grave sites of their loved ones. They're anticipating visiting the place where their loved one has been laid to rest, but it's not a sacrosanct space that they want to identify and visit and sit beside. It's a whole other philosophy to burial. Yeah.
Well, and the spots won't even be marked.
And yeah, they won't even be marked. So just food for thought as we make those decisions about what kind of material goes on top.
Adam?
So just to clarify, when I refer to the walkways being a certain height for people to walk on, it wasn't more so for visitation. It's more for when the burial is taking place. Because we've seen burials, of course, in a traditional setting, have one person, and we've seen them with 200. So we just need to understand and what that's going to look like. And that's all I'm trying to bring forward, is that we have the potential of 1 to 300 people showing up on site. And what are we looking for? What's council looking for when it comes to the pathways?
Okay, I've heard consensus on option 2. I know you're in the, but I'm looking for consent. Well, okay. More of us are saying, yes, we're in agreement with option 2. We understand that's what the committee is suggesting. That's what the society is suggesting. And to me, that kind of makes the decision that everybody will remain having choices. So we do have a list of 9 options. Laneways will be constructed with crushed gravel or granular material. Yes or no? I'm going to come right out there and say no. But what's everybody else think? Crushed gravel or not?
Not in any permanent sense, if that is required for the laneway.
This is a yes or no. Seriously, crushed gravel on the pathways or not?
And I'm clarifying the.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Sorry.
So, you know.
Okay, that changes. I'm sorry. I am. I went right to the pathways. Back to question number 1. The laneway will be constructed with crushed gravel. Yes or no? And it's got to be constructed of crushed gravel, pretty much, doesn't it?
Through you, Mayor, no, not necessarily. The reason that we went with crushed gravel was because that's the practice that we were going to be putting in place for all of our other cemetery sites. We're noticing a huge trend in mud and difficulty of having traffic pull in and out of each site. So it was brought forward in budget for 2023 to construct the laneways in gravel. Due to a conversation we had, we did put that on hold for this year until further investigation was done through this process of the laneway at the Green Burial. There was some conversation that might have been a misunderstanding, so we were going to be bringing that back to budget in the new year for 2024. So no, the laneways do not have to be constructed of gravel. One of the hard parts that we face is without putting some kind of gravel material on the laneway, should we go and do a winter burial, if it's as busy as what we've heard it could be, what we're going to end up facing, and maybe some of you can relate, is a muddy section of your driveway that you plowed and then you drove over it. And then what happens in the spring? You can't do anything in it. So you have to wait a couple months for that to dry, and then you have to have someone come in and fix it, and then you can have your lawn back. That's our concern as staff. is that if we don't have any winter burials, we don't plan on plowing that section. If we know a winter burial is coming up, then we will go and open that section and have it, the laneway at least prepared until we can come to some kind of conclusion on whether staff or contracted staff will be actually opening the burial. But for the purpose of today, the idea of this was that we wanted to build a laneway that would allow us to clear it, staff to clear it in the wintertime, and still be able to perform a winter burial potential, or sorry, a spring, early spring burial without driving through mud. But please keep in mind that this laneway is still in the existing cemetery site. It is not in the green burial site.
Okay, so yes or no? Yes. Okay, there's your first answer. So so that means that we've answered the second question, or
the second and the third.
Okay. Footpaths will be constructed and identified before plot sales. Yes or no? This is where I jumped to. Yes or no? Footpaths will be constructed with crushed granular gravel. What if we're not going to have footpaths? Then we won't have natural gravel or crushed gravel. So we go to number 6. Organic material, 2 to 4 inches for footpaths.
If council said no to constructing the footpaths ahead of time.
We don't need to
So we
worry
don't
about that at all.
No, you go right to 7.
Or number 8. When a section of plots is full, the footpath used to access these plots will remain in place for visitation. Okay, the answer is no. When a section of the plots is full, the footpath used to access these plots will be closed. So there will be no gravel present. If there's no footpaths left there, we don't need to respond to that either. Sorry, like I looked at these questions quite a lot, and then obviously just got some level of confusion there. So that answers all the questions you need. Go ahead, Adam.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, understandably, this was a very difficult report to write. There was a lot of emotions put into it. There was a lot of information from many parties. So trying to make it as easy as possible to narrow down where the center of it. Our staff are professional, so they will be doing minimal damage to the meadow as possible. But what are we looking at from a council perspective of when people show up there to do a burial or to walk into the burial and the meadow is between 12 and 36 inches tall? How are we identifying where people can walk, or are we even worrying about it is, I guess, the question.
Go ahead.
My inclination is to not mind where people walk and to seek advice from the master gardeners on what kind of material could withstand 300 people walking through it maybe twice a year. Like say it happens early spring when things are just getting started, there's going to be some damage there. So the type of ground cover could be suggested by them. I personally have no difficulty with walking through a meadow which with slightly higher material to visit the gravesite of someone who is being buried. I think it fits in the philosophy, and folks who have access difficulties can certainly use the construction lane, the open lane that the equipment is going down. I think it could be quite beautiful to have a gathering in a fully a fully grown meadow with higher materials.
Councillor Richards.
This is why I don't understand the preference for 2 versus 3. Because to me, if it's all just gonna be a metal, well, why don't we utilize the additional space for more people to enjoy it?
Are we going to go back and revisit that? Adam.
That is definitely a great question, because if you're not going to identify any of the walkways, you're not going to identify the type of organic material that gets put on them, you're not going to identify in any way, shape, or form what is the purpose of having a 4-foot section that has nothing in it. You might as well go to option 3 and get as many plots as you can. And then when staff come in to open a grave site, we will just, like I said, efficiently drive where we need to open it, and then just keep moving down the line essentially.
Or can you do that with option 2 as well?
Yes, through you, Mary, you certainly can, but you are now losing, I wouldn't say losing is the right word. You're not using the property for more burials. You're allowing a section, a certain percentage of the area to not be utilized for burials.
I could be wrong, but when I looked at option 2, and my vision was leaving, because of the way it looks in option 2, that there are pathways there, but that they would be green pathways, that they would be, something that would be of some kind of an organic material that wouldn't be any higher than 4 inches. And I mean, that was part of obviously the goal is to have as green and as natural a site as possible. Honestly, when I looked at the number of lots that were offered by each option, I kind of went to the middle point. I think it'll be a long, long time before we get to having filled the number of plots that are in option 3. Go ahead.
Yes, you're correct there. And I guess then the difference between and the reason why option 2 and option 3 were brought forward was specifically the walkways. Should council have chosen a walkway, that was the best layout. And if council wanted to choose to not have walkways that were clearly identified by gravel, that is where option, I want to say, I think it was like number 7. Footpaths would be constructed with organic that would be either cut or wouldn't grow any higher than 2 to 4. So I would respectfully say that if council is not going to want a walkway that is clearly identified by means of gravel, certain height of organic material, or cut it, then I would recommend that you go with option 3 that would allow for none of that to happen. And then you can just go from either front to back or back to front.
I'm sorry, Terry, it's not allowed. I just sort of, I thought that we had made a decision that this has been looked at quite a bit by the committee and the Green Burial Society, and their recommendation is option 2. To go back, Councillor Berry, I just,
My understanding was with option 2, it would give us the option to have the walkway, mowed while we were working on the burials in that section. And then when those plots on either side were complete, we would then have a pathway to the next section, and the section that was occupied would then become the meadow. Eventually, once it would be a field. It would be a field. That's sort of the way I had
Me too.
Understood the thing. And I also know that we know we did check with Dawn with accessibility, and we don't have to follow those rules in this case, but we can have people gather on the laneway as well. And when it's complete, then you could walk the meadow in its entirety if you wanted.
Me too.
I feel like option 2 is sort of in the middle of the road and sort of meets most of the varying of opinions and professional options.
Adam.
Respectfully, I'd like to see Iota go first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Need to-
no problem at all. I guess I'm looking for clarification and listening to the conversation is, it was my understanding, and I did sit in, on the committee meetings as well, that it would be all natural. So I'm hearing Councillor Barry say that we would mow the pathways.
A pathway as you're working your way up or down, whichever. Go ahead.
I guess my thing is, either way, you're going to have to access that pathway to open up the land. So whether that be in summer, the spring, the fall, or winter, you're gonna have to access that area and mark that area. That, you know, moving down the thing, that wouldn't be the case at the end or the beginning, depending on which area you went in first.
Go ahead.
And that's what Adam had mentioned about just going in over top of the meadow grass, and for lack of, I'm not sure what you call it, but driving over the grass, which would obviously lay the grass down for a period of time. But then it would, you know, go back up. But that's not creating a pathway. That's just driving over the meadow, which is what Adam was understanding council to say.
Personally, I think that there was consensus on the committee for option 2. I'm hearing very strongly that the committee, the society wants option 2. And I believe that we should remain with that choice. And I, you know, and there's a variety of ways that it can be handled. I'm sure that the Public Works Department can figure out how to make this work. That's kind of where I'm at.
If I may.
Yes,
I guess just to
absolutely.
close out, so I understand that, just so there's not a confusion, I think next year when this starts to happen and there's maybe some conflict between staff and other groups, is that I think I just need clarity that you, as a group here, council, is saying that you do not want the grass cut for the pathway that would go to the first section of burials, and that the material would all be the same in the meadow, that it would not be a different material where the paths are laid out. Because I foresee the first couple burials and that material, because I did look at Willow's Rest, I did reach out to them, I did ask them about their maintenance and things like that. And looking at their pictures, which are online right now, you can see that their material looks to be, you know, within 20 inches tall. Yeah, it looks really nice. Even the pictures in the report show it that it's very high. So I think I need clarity for my staff so they understand not to cut a small path only during a burial. It's not something that would be maintained regularly. And that the material used would be whatever council so chooses, and people would just walk through it as they need to, that staff would not be flattening it, that staff would not be laying planks down or anything like that. It would just be people, as Jen said, could just walk wherever they like.
To me, it was a matter of how Lisa described how it would progress, that, you know, that there would be a pathway, and yeah, you'd probably have to mow it if you had to get into it. Until, you know, the whole section moved for that, then you'd just be mowing one pathway so that you'd have access on either side, really. But that there would be that sort of space there. It wouldn't need to be maintained and mowed at all times, but just when you needed to get in there. Councillor, sorry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, and I think that is, it's not an official pathway so much as the space that gets mowed so that the thing can be done. And if we're mowing on either side of the open section, it would mean that during burial, there would be space for people with access needs to stand around the plot, and others can be free to go wherever they want. But that's sort of how I saw it. Yeah, rather than a fixed laid out
pathway.
So then I did work with Dawn on some of the resolution, and I think that we would have to go back to number 7. And where it was said, no, footpaths will be constructed with organic material that will be cut to a height of 4 to 6 inches for foot traffic access and identification. I think you would almost have to go back and say yes to that, so that I can refer back to that in the future, that we will only cut an area to a plot for a burial and around the area of the burial. Nothing else would be cut and nothing else would be maintained on a regular basis. It would strictly be for the burial.
And it could all be the same natural material, organic material, like it wouldn't have to be different than what the field would ultimately be. You could use the same, it's just mowing associated with it.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's helpful. When I read it, I sort of thought as on a permanent basis, that's what you would be doing. But if this is a temporary basis, then yeah, crack on.
Okay, so I think we're agreed. On the issue of winter burial, just
Internment rights. And on internment rights, whether it's front to back, back to front, or if, I think that's a decision that's.
well, I think we've already decided that folks are not going to be able in the green burial area to choose or select a site. So it's back to front to back or back to front. And I'm stuck on back to front, but and that's acknowledging that adds some challenges, but that's why I started with winter burial. When I started talking about winter burial, because I'm hearing that the committee wants to move forward with winter burial, but is this winter burial? And I've heard a little bit in between, strictly for green burial section, not, so it's when you're recommending to go forward with winter burial, it's just in the green area, not on the other side. Okay, so I mean, I even with my choice, I'm acknowledging that you'd have to go further. You'd have to plow a bit more, and I just have this. I think that there'd be more of an open field longer, and I've heard from Terry and his thoughts on, it's easier, it's closer for people to access. I leave that entirely up to the council to decide. Go ahead, Adam.
Through you, Mayor. From a staff perspective, it's 6 to 1, half dozen the other. It really is not an issue from a staff perspective to start at the front or start at the back. Whether you have the field, the meadow in the next 10 years, let's say, is all grown up, whether you started at the beginning or you started at the back, you still have to dig it up. So
well, in essence, it remains a meadow. I mean, if you started at the back, acknowledging that people might have to go a little bit further to get to that, say not an awful lot. You've got that whole, green area in front that is the most visible, as opposed to you're kind of under construction. And so that green area takes a lot longer for that. I don't know, it just, to me, seemed like it would take longer to see that full green area. I'm a back to front, but let's hear what other, you're a back to front. If it doesn't, if it really doesn't make any difference to how how it impacts public works. Okay. Have we now made all the decisions we need to make?
Winter burial is the only.
So it's a yay or nay to, let's hear your thoughts on that.
So the layouts of these options, these designs here, was always in the back of my mind that we would end up maybe eventually doing a winter burial. So they're designed for winter burial. As you've heard earlier, my only concern would be, if we do a couple of winter burials and then we have an early spring burial, what that looks like. There's a lot of challenges with winter burials. I've done quite a bit of research on them. Digging essentially opening the ground, that's easy. That's actually a really easy part for us. It's the maintenance afterwards. It's we've seen a lot of issues in the past where the maintenance of the plots, because of the snow, because of the blowing, because of whatever the case may be. And I'll go back to an example that maybe you can relate to is, if you've ever seen somebody snow blow their yard, their driveway, they pull up the stones, they pull up the grass, it makes a bit of a mess. We will face that. And it's not a challenge that we can't get through. It's just, we have to understand as staff and council that there could be some complaints that come through. There could be some marks in the laneway, or not in the laneway, in the meadow that take a lot longer to come back, or maybe need extra care because we did something in let's say May or April when the ground's really soft and we're trying to put equipment over top of it. So we'll work through that. It's not a challenge that we can't get through. I think it's just important that staff is aware of it. For the rest of winter burial, we'll have to take a look at what that looks like from a cost perspective. Again, it's nothing that we can't figure out. I did get the opportunity to go take a look at a winter burial last winter. It was pretty basic, to be honest. I wasn't overly impressed. I felt that it was pretty crude. Given our history of how we maintain and how we do our burials, I take a lot of pride in how our staff work in our cemeteries. So I was a little disappointed in the lack of care, I want to say. But that's not saying that that they didn't care. It's just that's the practice that they were used to. So for us, I think it just comes down to ensuring that we have a contractor that can come and do the winter burial, should council choose that a contractor does it versus staff. And then we have to just look at a really good maintenance plan for staff or the contractor to come back in the spring and clean it up. So I'm for it. I see issues, but nothing that we can't get through through our regular process of operations.
So, given that you've said, whether it's done by our, our maintenance staff or whether it's done by a contractor, like I'm hearing that we really probably can't start winter burials this winter. But, how would you see, like, are we going to cost that out, put out, go ahead, Adam.
Definitely we can't do it this winter. We need to take a look at what it looks like for us for costing to have a contractor come and do it, to take a look at some of the contracts that are out there currently of their maintenance program. So when they open, close, and come back and clean up. We also need to look at what that looks like for staff. If it's as busy as we've heard it could be, and I guess I can give you another example is we have enough staff right now to do the work that we're doing. And you think about now adding a couple extra little things like plowing parking lots or a couple little things that we're doing, which is fine. And we can handle that stuff. A burial is a little bit different. If you have a set time frame that a burial has to be done because it's going to be a green burial, what happens if we have a big snow? Or we have an event that comes in and we have to divert all of our staff to maintaining our roads. We only have 2 pieces of equipment currently that can open graves, and one's in the Dorset area and one is down here, and they are vital to loading trucks for sanding operations. So we're really stuck. It would have to be a nice sunny day and no weather permitted for us to be able to open and close a grave properly. So we do run into some challenges as to how that looks. The company that I was speaking with about winter burials, they'll come rain or shine. And I think that if there was delays, that's between them and the funeral home essentially versus them or the family or the funeral home and us. Because I do see that being a challenge for us without extra staff or without a piece of spare equipment. So I would like respectfully to say that we can do winter burials. I would propose that we look at doing them in the 2025 season. Give us 2024 to work through the initial green burial, getting that up and running, going through the bylaw and preparing the site for winter burials, as well as looking into the information of who we can have come and open and close our graves.
And in the meantime, we can move forward with summer.
Of course.
Perfect. Okay, any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk.
Or just a comment, Mayor, on the comment about proceeding with summer burials. I'm not sure the time frame when the site would be ready for that. However, it would be my recommendation that we do not start plot sales until we have the winter burials in place and the bylaw approved. And the reason I say that is someone purchasing a plot in the green burial section now, knowing that they can't be buried in the winter, but then they pass away in the winter. And we don't have that provision. And I think it would cause even though they know that there is no winter burials come the time, you know, it's a challenging time for families, and then not to be able to be buried there, I think, because we don't offer the service, I think it just may be easier to start selling once we're all set up.
That makes sense.
Just a recommendation.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Adam, I hear and respect what you say that we should plan for a 2025 season start, but say magically things come together quite well in the next 2 or 3 months. Is it conceivable that we could say we'll start it when the BAO has made all the approvals and staff are ready and et cetera, just in case? Because I think the winter burial part of the BAO bylaw is already there, isn't it? Oh, it isn't already there. Oh, so we're probably looking at next year anyway, aren't we?
You're talking about winter burials.
Well,
Or are you
yes, but-
talking about all burials?
Well, the
Green
green
burials.
and the winter both have to be put into the BAO bylaw, and that process is a lengthy one. So we're probably not even going to see it until the spring, is my guess. So yeah, doesn't even matter.
Next spring, like a year from spring, you're saying?
This spring. This
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a mover and a seconder on this resolution based on the things that we've agreed to? Do you want to hear the resolution first? Oh, I saw Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Short Reed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved, council receives report PW 2023 regarding green burial site plan St. Stephen's Cemetery submitted by Adam Thorne. And the council hereby concurs with the recommendation of the Green Burial Ad Hoc Advisory Committee and selects design 2 with the following options. Laneway will be constructed with crushed granular A gravel, and footpaths will be constructed with an organic material that will be cut to a height of 2 to 4 inches for foot traffic access and identification. And further, that council directs plot sales occur back to front. And further, that council directs staff to bring back a report containing details on winter burials in the green burial section for discussion and consideration.
So when you say pathways or footpaths being mowed, that's when required. Correct? Not
That is
they would-
correct.
Because the resolution kind of sounds like they would always be mowed. So I think we would add when required or during burials.
So I've added and required, when required.
Right. All in favor? That's carried. You know, I really want to thank everybody. I know that there's been a lot of discussion and some during the period of time that we've been talking about this, some heated discussion. I really applaud the involvement of the society and everyone who was involved in the committee discussions and the work that you've done on our behalf.
Thank you.
And the work that you're going to do on our behalf. And I would say that we are now going to break for a cold lunch. Thank you. Keeps dropping my agenda. Welcome back to the regular session. Next up for discussion is an update on the Dorset Rec Center.
Dorset Rec Center, yes. Just wanted to say that Brian Mulholland, our project manager, has been a vital part to keeping us informed and working through this project. It's been absolutely excellent having him as part of our team. So I look to him for a lot of the updates and a lot of the information. So what he's provided me with today is that the interior of the rec center has been completely clean, sanitized. The air quality has satisfied all acceptable standards for occupation. The layout of the ventilation system has been started. Contractor's been in measuring and starting to lay that out. Sorry, it was on there. There's been a couple interior finishes brought forward for staff to review for colors and flooring and things of that nature. We wanted to make sure that we picked that a little bit on the early side so that we weren't having any delays waiting for that material to come in. The exterior of the building, the foundation has been sealed and a protective bond has been put on it. They just started backfilling it again. There were some pictures that were posted yesterday where you get to see the foundation was all backfilled with sand. They had to remove some of the excavation material because it was unkind material, large rocks and jagged material. So they removed that. That was taken to the Coagama Lake shop and stored there, and then they brought in nice clean fill so that wouldn't have any problems down the road. In addition to that, they've redesigned the front area and sloped it all for water drainage, and they've put in all the downspout pipes. So it's keeps moving forward. And Brian here says that they are so far, he feels that they are on schedule.
That's the news we want to hear. Any questions? It's good news so far.
Yes.
Keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Like I said, we have a design that's going to be coming forward very shortly for the exterior front of the building, the between the main street and the building. Like I said, I was pretty excited about it last time in the meeting, and we've gone through it again a little bit more, and it's really exciting to see what this building could look like. So
I've heard the odd rumor about that, and I'm kind of excited about seeing it myself. Look forward to it. Questions?
In your conversation with the contractor, it looks like a potential library space is feasible.
So through you, Mayor, not actually through the contractor. I have spoken with the CAO about this, and together we've come up with a potential plan that we're working on, which we'll probably bring forward in the near future. And yeah, there's some potential there.
Any other questions? So no resolution for that, just receive for information. Okay, speaking of design plans, we've got a couple, one for the airport terminal building.
Excuse me. Yes, through you, Mayor, I do have 3 design plans here. Again, council may recall that we talked about this at budget a little bit last year too, and then again at budget time. So a budget was set aside to have an engineering company come in and take a look at the building and propose a couple different drawings. So the CIO and myself have been working together on this with Tulloch Engineering to come up with 3 plans. 2 of the plans are pretty much almost identical, with basically the main difference being that the counter in the kitchenette would be extended longer to give more counter space versus the other drawing that has a little bit shorter of a counter. But overall, the idea is that we would essentially move the new bathroom or build the new bathroom into the current office space. And then a office space essentially would either be moved to the air side of the building, as you can see in drawing S2A and S2B. What I've noticed myself down there at the airport recently, as we've been doing more things in the airport terminal building, is that the coordinator, when the coordinator is standing at the peninsula, that if he's serving a customer, the kitchen's behind them. So people are walking into the kitchen to get a drink or make coffee. They're literally walking behind staff as staff is doing a transition. So it really could really see instantly that it's not really a good idea to have something like that where we have staff working in the public in behind them. So we thought about the idea of moving the office forward and then allowing that the staff member to have clear visibility of the tarmac area and the fuel area, providing no one's sitting on the deck in their way. And then it was also give a more of a unified area, that this is a staff location versus a public area. Through conversations with staff, we've also come up with the design plan, which is S2C. So the bathroom still stays the same. The kitchen essentially would stay in the same area. It would just be reduced down to a smaller size. A public desk area would be put in where the peninsula was. And then the office space would no longer be an office. It would be a greeting center or greeting location, very similar to the Dorset Rec Center, for those who've seen that. So a big desk with a counter height or a bar height type counter where people can stand there and get information from the coordinator and whatnot, but also a spot for the coordinator sit at a desk and perform their duties. So overall, there are some major changes, but they're also very similar in nature. All three designs, whichever design council should choose, would be the removal of both bathrooms in the basement and the removal of the sump pump in the sump chamber in the basement, because all of the liquids, we'll call it plumbing, is on the main floor. So there would be gravity fed to the septic system versus sitting in that chamber and then being pumped out as it currently is. Other than that, I think that's pretty straightforward. The bulkheads and the beams would be removed to open the building up to give it more of an open feel. The ceiling, if some may recall, there's a section of ceiling that's actually built down to accommodate some lighting that was there in the past. That would be removed to get our ceiling back up to the height of the rest of the building. And then and I think that's pretty much it for the design and the thought process of what it would look like on the interior. If I could just quickly take a look at the exterior of the building, which is drawing S1. From a accessibility standpoint, we would have to replace the rear door, which is the door facing the air side. There's a small ramp that would have to go in there that would allow access into that door. And then we looked at access from the current sidewalk that is on the air side that would come across the grass all the way over to the parking area. And then there would be some minor changes to the current ramp to allow it to meet accessibility. So I think if you have any questions about the designs, I'm hopefully be able to answer them, and then we go from there.
So from what I understand, the plan is to have a sort of shovel-ready design so that we can apply for accessibility funding to do this project, or is it like is that the plan?
Through you, Mayor, I guess it depends on council. The idea of this was to have it shovel ready, basically with a cost, and have it shovel ready should any kind of funding come along, because we find ourselves sometimes funding just pops up out of nowhere and then we scramble for a project. I wanted to make sure we were basically ready if something came along for the airport, should you choose. But we can also go the other route, and if council chooses to say this is a project that we're going to do in 2025 or 2024, then we at least have a budget number and are prepared to know what that's going to look like.
I understand the need for the accessible washrooms. It's just a shame that much room needs to be taken up in such a small building, but it is what it is. Questions or thoughts from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
In your opinion, which of these three options would offer most flexibility for unforeseen events that we're going to want to have in the future?
So being a part of, through you, Mayor, being a part of the event that took place at the airport, I was really impressed with that. Like, I was really impressed with that. And the fact that we will do our events in the warmer season. I mean, we were really lucky that day, but our events are going to be held in the warmer season. We're not going to be doing a lot of winter events. I noticed that there is nothing we could do to that current building to make it more, I'm going to use a terrible term, more bigger, to accept more people in the building for an event. I think that as the committee moves forward and we look at events and the tents that were given and that large tent, circus style tent that was given, I think we would have to start looking at utilizing that outside and keeping more people away from the interior of the building. Just simply, it's just not big enough.
Other thoughts or questions? Councillor Richards and Councillor Shortreed.
Is there any plan at all for the basement after removal of the bathrooms? Or are we just, because we're just doing this for possible funding opportunities, we just haven't looked at that. And what I think I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, through your Mayor. So we looked at the basement, I want to say 2 years ago. The basement right now is currently a cinder block wall with no insulation and no framing. So we looked at a project where we were going to frame the walls and insulate them and then just board them with drywall so that they had some kind of fireproof to them. And then it was going to be left at that, just because we wanted to look at trying to reduce the energy costs to heat the building. So with the no bathrooms downstairs, no accessible access to the basement, it essentially becomes storage. So we would still be looking at insulating the room, like the basement, and framing it and insulating it and sheeting it. And then that would be the end of it as of right now, because again, we fall under that the stairs are not accessible for the public. So it would just become a private space for staff.
So I've got a couple of questions. Looking at looking at the drawing, and I can't give you the number, but because I can't see the numbers, but looking at the drawing that would just swap where Steve's office is over into the front corner. Is the counter space that's outside of that office intended for public use or for his use to greet, whoever comes in and needs service?
It would be for his use only. It would
Okay.
not be for public.
And the kitchen area in that same drawing, would it still have a stove?
That would be up to council. As of right now, the intent was that it would just be a kitchenette. So like an apartment size fridge freezer with a sink, coffee maker, and a potential toaster oven. Okay, I guess my thought process is sort of goes to the we don't have the cook shack anymore. And, would the kitchen area, could it be utilized in some form to support that? And yet really, it's such a small kitchen that probably not. The only thing that I like about that particular drawing is that it's a little more open. Like a part of me likes the idea of bringing the coordinator's office right out into the front area with that sort of, counter that works, and it gives a little space for public sort of desk place too, if they want. But it does close the space off a little bit. It just doesn't have that same open feel. Other thoughts, Councillor Shortreed?
So looking at 2C, which for you is the last one. When I read them all, it was like, they're all basically similar, but the comment about the Dorset Rec Center, before they renovated the rec center, when you went in, they were in a little office with a little window. Now,
The cupboard.
yeah, but now when you go in, they're at the desk and they greet you, and there's nothing better than walking in and somebody's acknowledging you, whether they're working or on the phone. Somebody coming in, the public coming in is being acknowledged. They're not hidden in an office. So just my opinion is that you're being acknowledged when you go in.
Okay, other thoughts? So you like the idea of having the desk space out in the public space? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I like that too. I really love going in the rec center and having that experience. And when you go into the Muskoka Airport, for example, they don't have that reception. And you kind of wander around and you look at the memorial, but it could be a few minutes before you capture a staff because they're not right there. So that would be great. I would only hope that we could avoid dead space. So if the space for the public is big enough for the public to come into, but not big enough that it could be used because there is a big old counter there. How could we just avoid that as being just neglected dead space? And I imagine that's been discussed in, in the drawings, but that would be my concern.
So through you, Mayor, you're correct. We're trying to remove that dead space feeling by removing the posts and the bulkheads that are currently there. Like I can't walk under the bulkheads, or sorry, I can't walk without bending down and getting underneath them. So by removing that and lifting that ceiling will really open up that area, make it a more of an open, warmer feeling. And I do like your thoughts on having the staff member out in the public so that even if they're on the phone, they can acknowledge you when you walk through the door. Where the chair and the little table is right beside the stairs, there's always options to redesign the furniture that's in there. So, I mean, we can always look at a potential of redesigning that furniture, or where the window is on the desk, make it more of an inviting area for public events, around that desk and that wall to have more literature of public events or things of that nature. I think that there's a lot of potential for this, or for that, I should say. But I would really strongly recommend that we keep a decent size space for the coordinator, so that they have the ability to have their files and the desk to work at and a computer and things of that nature. So they're not confined to a 32-inch by 48 desk type thing. So in a roundabout way, to answer your question, yes, we have thought of that.
And the beauty of having the desk out in the open area is that that they can see out the windows and onto the runway from that spot. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think our staff at the airport are pretty active anyway in what's going on and seeing
Moving around.
everything. I don't find them to be someone sitting in a desk in an office and not being present. But I like C option. I like that it has a public desk for someone to come in, use the Wi-Fi if they need to, still have the meeting space there. I never noticed that the ceiling was that low. I guess I don't have that issue. But to me, the building is really small, and I'd like to see a whole new building, but we're obviously not there at this time. So I think C is probably the best for today.
Are we agreed? Could I have a mover and a seconder to go for option C? Councillors Barry and Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Short-Reed, be it resolved, Council receives report PW 2723 regarding airport design plan submitted by Adam Thorne, and council hereby selects design option S2C, and that council hereby authorizes Tulloch Engineering to develop and provide a construction cost estimate for the project at a cost of $1,700 plus applicable tax to be funded from the Airport Development Reserve, and further that council hereby authorizes the CAO to sign the required agreement.
All in favor? So now I'm assuming that this item will come back to us to talk about whether we want to include it into our, our next budget, or whether we want it to be left for accessibility.
Yes, that's correct.
All of this would fit into accessibility, wouldn't it?
That was the idea, is that we the original conversation was to start with accessibility, and then we kind of went in a direction of like, let's look at everything, and then we've narrowed it back down to this building specifically. So yes, ideally, I'll leave here, I'll contact Tulloch, we'll put together a plan to get a price, and then I'll come back to council with another report, just basically laying out the potential costs of what this project would look like. And then from there, respectfully, we could make a decision on shelving it for a funding opportunity or going ahead with the project.
I just have the sneaking suspicion that that we've got enough projects to look at next year that this might be waiting for funding opportunities, but we'll see.
And I guess that was the idea at the beginning, right? Is that we just wanted to be ready because we have all these projects that come along or this funding, and we just wanted to be ready.
Well, thank you for your work on this. I've lost track of whether we passed a resolution or not. Okay, good. On to the next design then. Public Works building, and this is the existing building.
That's correct. So some council members may remember we did a tour and we walked around and looked at some of the buildings, and there was some eye openings on what it was that our buildings look like from the inside. So again, budget was put aside for this year to have an engineering firm come and take a look at the building and offer up a couple possibilities to help us grow this space. Because as you've heard over the last couple of years, we're growing exponentially and we need some more room. So it started out as a project for Public Works maintenance team to go into this building and utilize it as Public Works does now with a small renovation. But then we started looking at the Parks Rec and Trails team and felt that we could do something together. So we looked at this building, and as you can see in the drawings, I'll just go straight to them, is the existing drawing of what our current building looks like is E1, which I want to make a strong reference of. That desk is actually turned around the other way facing the bathroom, and it's only about 5 feet from someone sitting on a toilet. So it's not very nice.
Important fact.
E2 is essentially what the building looks like currently. It's a 4-bay garage. And then we start looking at S1. So S1 here will utilize most of the bathroom space and some of the original office that will allow for a universal washroom. It will allow for a training / lunchroom, and then it will have 2 offices and an entranceway. So essentially the door facing on the side of the building will be moved to the front. The large garage door in the first bay would be removed. That would be reframed, and then that's where the entrance to the building will be. As you can see, when you enter the building, there will be an entrance with a hallway that will be able to access those 2 offices, and then the lunchroom, the bathroom, or you can go straight into the shop. So it was set aside that the Parks Rec and Trails team and the maintenance team would each have their own bay of the similar size, and then they would have a half a bay that they could use for whatever the material that they're working on, whether lawn tractor or a snowmobile. It will have 3 large bay garage doors, which will be existing, and then that'll have the stairs that will come up onto the second floor, which will basically expand over the bathroom, lunchroom, and both offices. The main entrance and the little electric room will have no floor above it. So I think if there's any questions or if any thoughts, I would.
Councillor Short-Reed, then Councillor Perry.
Will the second floor be able to have offices some point in the future? Is that the plan?
So the plan was never to have offices up there, but it's definitely going to be built to allow for offices should that come along sometime. Yes.
Good plan. We've found out in the past that no sooner have we finished building something that we need more space. Councillor Barry?
Just clarification, looking at S1, when I'm looking at it, sorry, I've got it really big here. The 3 bays are sort of the like segregated line.
Yeah,
or
so
serrated line.
the 2 bays, if we're looking at S1, will be the first bay on the left,
Yeah.
then the second bay almost in the middle, and then where that line goes right up through it, that
Yeah.
basically is just showing almost center of building, but that would be essentially the third, the half bay that would be open.
So the half bay, I guess that's the part I don't understand is, are you half of the bay is the staircase in the middle of the room opposed to the front of the room?
So the staircase will be in, the staircase and a bit of the lunchroom
Mhm.
will be in half of the bay. It'll take up half the bay.
Okay, it looks like there's a bit of a breezeway between the meeting room and the offices. Is that to access the stairs to go up?
No, that breezeway is actually a hallway.
Yeah.
And that will be so that staff will have access to the 2 offices and the lunchroom
Mhm.
from the front of the building versus going into the shop. They'll be able to go just directly right into the office area, the hallway.
Okay, thank you.
And the stairway is all by itself on the outside of the room that will allow you access to the second floor.
So where the 3rd bay is, and you're saying that's half a bay?
That's correct.
That section is where more equipment would be stored and that type of thing?
Yeah, so like right now, the maintenance staff have a couple lawn tractors.
Mhm.
So we run into a little bit of a problem with the lawn tractors on the trailer, leaving them outside on the trailer. So if the trailer can't go in the garage, then we unload them and then they park them inside the building. So this will also serve for if a snowmobile, a smaller piece of equipment had to be worked on, it could stay in that bay without being moved to allow pickup trucks or a bigger trailer or a bigger piece of equipment to come in.
All right, thank you.
We wanted to try and find a really good line of optimizing space, because as we see through COVID and as we move forward, the amount of training that we're now doing, not because of that, but group training, the amount of putting our staff together, the growth that we're having, this will allow for PRT staff and maintenance staff, should the occasion happen where they have to sit in the same room for lunch, it's big enough.
Mhm.
And if they wanted to do any kind of in-house training, that room would be big enough for them to do that as well.
Just one quick question. There's, looks to me, and I thought that's what Councillor Barry was referring to, between where the upper of the 2 offices, the one that's further north, I guess we would say, there's a space between the wall of that office and the lunchroom. Looks like a corridor. It's right here and right in the middle of the new developed area.
Well, I guess it depends on where you're looking. There is a like a hash mark line that goes from, we'll call it front to back. If that's where you're referring, that's just showing where a wall would be. Sorry, a beam. And then if you're looking at the second office heading towards the back of the building, there's a line that cuts through there. If that's what you're referring to, that just shows the measurement.
Okay, so it's like open space. You go through that
That's
walkway and
correct.
into, okay, right.
Yeah,
on.
that's a complete open space. The lines in there, if we blew them up, just show the distance, the measurement of the room.
Deputy Mayor Dave?
So with apologies, would you just talk us through your plans for the upstairs again? And if there is the scope for office space, is there value in just putting some offices in there right away while the construction is going on?
So the original plan for this was only to just put the 2 in it, and that's kind of the route we've been taking, but with the thought process that down the road, if we needed more, we could potentially put more in there. So for the purpose of this today, no, we wouldn't be building it to accommodate office space or put office space in it right away. It would just be an open floor for storage. Should the need come up, then it would be framing in and building an office upstairs.
Keep in mind that this building is supplementary to the new Public Works garage with offices. You have a subsequent question?
No, I guess not, because you know, staff are so aware of our need for office space that if you thought that you could avail yourself of it right away, then you would. So indeed, I leave it to staff.
Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive and approve? Councilors Richards and Barry.
By Councilor Richards, second by Councilor Berry, be resolved, council receives report PW 2623 regarding 1095 North Shore Road Public Works Building Design submitted by Adam Thorne, and that council approves the project design plan as presented, and that council hereby authorizes Tulloch Engineering to develop and provide a construction cost for this project at a cost of $1,700 plus applicable tax, and that council authorizes the engineering cost be funded from the Public Works Roads Garage Reserve, and further that council hereby authorizes the CAO to sign the required agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. So we have no fire services business today. Next is finance. Is there anyone who wants to speak to this or just go straight to bylaws? Okay. So we'll move into administration business, starting with the Stanhope Museum Committee. Anybody want to speak to those?
I can
minutes?
speak to that. We have, it feels like, it must have been a long September or October, but it feels like a long time since we've met. But this was sort of our wrap up from the summer. They discussed the visitors. There's 423 visitors throughout the summer. There was discussion on a sort of volunteer lunch being planned. They had successful a Bookapalooza, that was a collaboration with the library, and Halliburton was a sold out full enrollment. There's been talk about collaborating with the library, and they have a pretty active seed library, and having our citron seeds as part of that would be a way of sort of cross pollinating literally. And then just moving forward with meeting the ancestor days, they're going to continue that throughout the fall and the winter. So that's really it. I think we're scheduled to meet not next week, but the week after.
Just out of curiosity, and maybe I should know the answer to this question, but how did Halliburton get sort of folded into the museum business?
So there was a discussion in lieu of having Heritage Day this year that we would sort of partner with different community events. So we partnered with, as a way of promoting the library, instead of creating our own event, working with events that were already happening. So they reached out to Bookapalooza, and they did a bit of a presentation on the Mason Diaries. And the other one was Halliburton, and they used the James Cooper Lookout, and then invited participants to come back to the library and try, or come back to the museum, try the citron marmalade. And then the other one was Abbey Gardens, having a display there during the farmers market. And then the other one was the county fair. So
I really like the new rhubarb preserve idea.
Yeah.
That was a great idea.
so-
And maybe fewer challenges than we have with the citrons.
Mhm.
Any questions on the museum update? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councilors Richards and Short Reed,
I'm
or did
sorry.
you have do you have a question? Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I just wanted to bring up about the addition of a citron garden separately than the current garden.
And
It's strange because I don't see it on the minutes, but I know Adele wanted us to talk about it. So they want to do a separate garden for the citron specifically because of cross-pollination from the regular garden. And I guess they're looking for approval on
well,
that. But
I would
yeah,
I would hesitate to say it should be in the minutes as
Yeah.
a formal request. So, you know,
Yeah.
maybe take that back to the
Sure.
committee and
Yeah.
maybe that might lead into a community garden. Who knows? Okay, so you will still be a mover to that resolution.
Yep.
Yep.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Councilor Short Reed, be it resolved that council receives September 19th, 2023 Stanhope Museum meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Dorset Museum Committee update. Thanks, Adam. Who wants to speak to that? Councillor Shortreed.
They're working on their budget for next year, looking at getting some more energy efficient lighting and more reliable lighting put in. Sometimes I wonder what's going on with their lighting, so they're definitely looking at that. They wanted to thank staff for cutting down the dead trees out front. There were some big ones that staff cut down. They graded the driveway, put new gravel down. And most of the painting has been done. So a big thank you to everyone, and they're carrying on as usual.
Any questions about the Dorset Museum? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the update? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, Council receives September 26, 2023 Dorset Museum Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a bit of correspondence from the county's climate change coordinator, Corey McKay, asking for a letter of support for the application for food waste prevention and diversion. Any questions about that? So you would be in support of a letter of support? Yep. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, Council receives correspondence from Corey McKay, Climate Change Coordinator, County of Haliburton, requesting support for the County of Haliburton's application to Food Waste Prevention and Diversion Research and Capacity Building Fund to expand its food cycler program into 2024, and that Council supports the County of Haliburton in its application for funding in order to expand its food cycler program in 2024.
All in favor? And I would say, as opposed to the first discussion that County Council had about the recycler program, which was somewhat controversial, there was no opposition to the application this time around, which really surprised me considering that the size of it doubled. And it did lead to a rather interesting discussion about the possibility of looking into incineration. It's something that's been talked about at several times in the past and not thought to be a viable or financially viable thing to do, or that there wasn't sufficient waste within the area to make it viable, and so it's been let go. But it was accepted that technology has changed quite a bit, and that we will look into the possibilities of that going forward. Just as a bit of information. Next up is planning business, and Mr. O'Callaghan. So the first item is appointment of primary and alternate council members to the Land Division. And I would like to continue on that in that capacity. And I've asked Councillor Barry, who is my alternate, if she wishes to continue, and she does. So unless there are any objections, I'll put those two names forward. Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillor Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved, Council appoints Mayor Danielson to the County of Haliburton Land Division Committee and Councillor Barry as the alternate.
All in favor? That's carried. The next is the Committee of Adjustment update. Are there any questions associated with that? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the Committee of Adjustment minutes of September the 29th? Councillors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, Council receives the September 29th Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes as information.
All in favor? That's carried. And next on the planning business agenda is the much anticipated application for a shore road allowance closing it for Rockaway Lake.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this application was originally presented to council in July of this year. It was deferred at that time pending some additional information, which has since been provided. And we also heard from the applicant and their agent this morning. Based on the additional information that has been provided, staff are supportive of the application being approved in principle and proceeding through the regular process to close that short road allowance.
Questions on the application? I had only had one question and that I believe, well, actually I had two questions, but I believe they've both been answered to my satisfaction. So hearing no questions or concerns, can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the application? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 11223 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lots 29 and 30. Concession 5, geographic township of Livingston, Rockaway Lake, submitted by Sean O'Callahan. And that council approves in principle application OSRA 923 made to stop up, close and convey the said shoreline road allowance, and that the approval in principle is conditional on a merger agreement being executed to merge the subject shore road allowance with Rockaway Island for planning purposes, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next is another proposed road allowance closing in Township of Stanhope, Calcagno.
Yes, thank you. This is an application to close the road allowance that runs between two separate pieces of property owned by the applicant. It is slightly unique in that it is a road allowance which leads right down to the water. However, the policy currently does allow for the closing of a road allowance which leads to water where it leads to water and from water, which would apply in this case. Based on that information, staff are supportive of the application being approved in principle and following the regular process.
Are there any questions on the application? Councillor Richards.
I don't know if it matters, but it's Calgano with a G, not a C. I do have a question in, as these are currently two lots on either side of the road allowance. If it was to be severed after so that the one lot is still its own lot, there's no new construction allowed without a parking contract on the Hawks at this time, right?
No new lot creation, but you could increase the size of an existing lot.
Did you have a comment? Go ahead.
And just to the how it was spelled, it's spelled as the application was filled out. So.
The only question that I had on the application was you couldn't actually see from either the GIS plan or the plan that was attached to it where it goes from water to water. It's just cut off, but we'll take your word for it, Mr. O'Callahan.
It is quite a distance, but it does. In fact.
Any further questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve that application? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 11823 regarding proposed road allowance closing fronting or closing between lots 21 and 21, concession 12. Geographic Township of Stanhope, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, and that council approves in principle application RA 00323 made to stop up, closing of half of the said road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. We don't often have this many road allowance closings, but we have another road allowance closing that's being proposed by Riggs in McClintock.
And my apologies, I've just heard the resolution read on the previous application, and I believe it said half of the road allowance, where it should have actually been the entire road allowance.
And the next one is a half of the road.
Correct, yeah, that's my mistake, looking at my report.
The mover and the seconder, okay, thank you. If you'd go ahead with Riggs.
Okay. Yes, this application was originally presented to council as a shore road allowance closing, and that was back in 2022, September. A condition was included that the applicant enter into a license of occupation for structures that were on an adjacent road allowance beside the property. And upon further discussion with the applicant, it was determined that actually purchasing the road allowance could be a benefit to increase the size of the lot as it's significantly undersized. So based on that, staff are recommending that the original approval be rescinded and that a new one be approved, with a condition being that the road allowance adjacent to it also be closed as a condition of the shore road allowance closing. And then those applications would proceed concurrently.
And there's still access on the original road allowance to the lake.
Correct.
Any questions? Hearing none, then could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 11923 regarding proposed road allowance closing between lot 6 concession 14 geographic township of Sherburne and lot 6 concession 1 geographic township of McClintock, and the council rescinds its resolution from September 15th, 2022 related to application OSRA 1422, and the council approves in principle application RA 423 made to stop up, close, and convey a portion of the road allowance between lot 6 concession 14 geographic township of Sherburne and lot 6 concession 1 geographic township of McClintock, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the road allowance closing procedure, and that council approves in principle application OSRA 1422 made to stop up, close, and convey the shoreline road allowance fronting property located at part of lot 6 concession 14 geographic township of Sherburne, Otter Lake, and that the approval in principle is conditional on the township road allowance to the north of the subject lands be closed in concurrence with the township shore road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the proposed shore road allowance closing by Brookhart on Boschkon Lake.
Yes, thank you. This is an application to close the shore road allowance in front of this property on Boschkon Lake. It is currently a developed piece of land and nothing of particular note, but would recommend approval of the application in principle.
Are there any questions on this application? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to recommend approval? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, the council receives report PL 12023 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 7, concession 2, geographic township of Stanhope, Boschkon Lake, and that council approves in principle application OSRA 2123 made to stop up, close, and convey the said shoreline road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? And finally, on the shore road allowance applications, we have one final one on Beach Lake by Southie.
Yes, this is a vacant property of a dwelling. However, there is an aerodrome that's constructed down at the water, which is on the shore road allowance, but the property owner does own the adjacent parcel as well. So this will be proceeding as a joint application with that other developed parcel of land. But other than that, staff are supportive of the application proceeding through the regular process.
Any questions or comments on this application? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the application? Councillors Richards and Barry.
By Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives report PL 12123 regarding proposed road allowance, shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 18, concession 4, geographic township of Stanhope Beach Lake, and that council approves in principle application OSRA 13B23 made to stop up, close, and convey the said shoreline road allowance, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, under planning, the license of occupation policy. And your report, sir.
Thank you. Yes, as council will recall, this was last before council on October 5th of this year, where some questions were raised and some additional refinements to the draft policy requested. So staff have completed that now. The question was raised regarding exclusive use if someone were to enter into a license of occupation. So we've since received clarification that exclusive use would not be granted to those property owners. It's still technically public land, which the public would be free to continue to access. Council also requested some timeframes be introduced, specifically beginning January 1st of 2024, extending to December 31st of the same year. The $750 application fee would be waived, with the legal deposit still being required, as well as the annual fee still being required. And then in the second year, beginning in 2025, all fees would apply. And then in the third year of implementation, being 2026, that's when notices to remove structures that are not in compliance would begin to be issued. So staff are still supportive of the policy being implemented. It's staff's opinion it would greatly mitigate liability risks associated with these private structures that do occupy public lands. It'll also greatly benefit those property owners who are eligible to apply for a license to continue to be able to use and improve their private infrastructure as necessary. Staff have also put together a guideline list of when an agreement may be terminated, with the caveat that it will ultimately be up to the township to decide when or if a license needs to be revoked. So based on all this information, staff are recommending that council do approve the policy as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions should council have any.
Well, thanks for your work on that, Sean. You know, when we had our last meeting, I think we all felt we'd landed in a reasonably good place. Although I do have to say that, you know, it is disappointing to hear that there is not exclusive use of the land. Just to go over the things that we also agreed to at the last meeting was that, you know, that approved or not, we all agreed that we needed more education about this and that we wanted to see some improved or enhanced information included on the website. And that we would like to see a mail out prepared for the first tax notice that I believe goes out in January, just to further inform those people who are just not up to speed. I really, you know, it truly is unfortunate to hear that there is an exclusive use. I know that that was something that was highly anticipated and expected, and I think we all believed that that was the case. And to get this additional information is unfortunate. I personally still believe that the policy is still required. You know, it does still allow structures to remain on municipal property for building permits to be acquired, for more security and freedom of use for those people who are adjacent to or across from the shore road allowance. I personally, I liked the timeframes that you laid out. I thought they were reasonable and fair, and I think we were all really quite happy to see that, you know, in the first year as an incentive, that the actual application fee be waived. I thank Councillor Barry for that. I thought it was a good recommendation, but I'm looking for comments and questions about where we stand on the draft policy. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thank you, Sean. I have a question about the non-exclusivity of the land. When I heard that, I thought, oh no, because in my mind, it meant that the cost benefit ratio was adjusted a little bit. In two ways. One, the applicant does not enjoy private rights to that land, so the benefit to them is a little bit less. But on our side, my fear was that even if we do ask for insurance, proof of insurance from the applicant, would the fact that any member of the public could walk onto that land and fall on a thing and get hurt, not come back to haunt us because there is not that additional protection that it is a privately enjoyed piece of land? Do you have any insights on that? Is our liability actually changed by virtue of the fact that any member of the public could be on that land? Would they be covered under the applicant's insurance policy?
I feel like our risk would be greatly mitigated if we do have that, or if the property owner does have that insurance policy, versus if we do nothing and it continues to remain as is, because right now it is still public land, which the public can travel on. But there is no additional insurance required by those property owners who have constructed that private infrastructure.
Go ahead.
Do you know if the insurance that we would be requesting them to receive or to take out would cover members of the public falling, or would that fall on us?
That I'm not sure of. I believe it may be something the insurance company would have to answer.
It's kind of my experience that insurance companies go after everybody they possibly can, but the liability would be reduced by both parties having insurance. I guess it would depend on what the circumstances were. Councillor Berry.
Sort of as a follow-up to that question, in regards to, I'm obviously disappointed, to say the least, in regards to it not being an exclusive use. I think that was something that we all had kind of hoped for, and disappointment nonetheless. Part of the other thing was through the administration of the license of occupation, the intent is that it would be on title. And I guess I would like clarification. If it's on title, does that mean it is no longer public? Because if they don't have exclusive use, I'm just wondering the viability of an insurance company wanting to insure what would not be a private use. It would still remain a public use. So maybe just information on the title and how that would work.
So it's the agreement itself that's registered on title. So it still wouldn't grant them the exclusive use of the land, but we would still be able to have that agreement registered on title. Whether or not that impacts someone's ability to get insurance, I'm not certain of that. I do know there are other municipalities that do require licenses of occupation with the insurance requirements. So I'm quite confident there's a way to get insurance.
Well, and it would be, the way I see it is if you were leasing a piece of land and you built on it or put improvements on it, or you rented an apartment and you have your own property within that apartment, you can get insurance on it, even though you don't actually own the building or the land. Insurance companies are, to me, insurance companies are a little bit flighty. Some will do things that others, some won't do things that others will. Insurance gets more and more challenging as time goes by. Councillor Richards, and then back to, did you have a follow-up question? Go ahead.
Just as your example, I see that as an apartment in a building has a lock on it. Like we, the municipality, can't stop people from accessing it through bylaw. And I just worry about the public still having use and the landowner not having exclusive rights to stop that use. Like they can put up no trespassing signs because technically it would still be public, or I don't know how that would work.
Councillor Richards.
I mean, I've talked with my insurance company. They're aware of this and they have a product for it. But admittedly, there's many insurance companies that don't. And to my knowledge, FOCA is actively working with the insurance industry to get this across board, because so many municipalities are attempting to do this. So without a doubt, there's definitely insurance companies out there saying no. And there are some out there saying yes. I don't have a listing of that. I don't know if that's maybe something that we could, provide as part of the public education aspect.
This is a question that was raised once before, and the concern was that we would be making a recommendation about a particular company or service and how that would come back on us. Now, whether there's a way for us to provide a list of companies that will provide insurance, that might be different. I don't know. That's something that we maybe would have to look into. I can't see us saying, look, use this insurance company. That would be inappropriate on our part. But if there were, and we knew or could learn of a number of insurance companies that people could work with, I could see providing that list, because we're not specifically saying use this company. Councillor Shortreed.
Just seeing how helpful the District of Muskoka was this morning. They have a license of occupation and they have 1,000 miles of lake. I'm sure contacting them, we might be able to get a list of insurance companies from them. Or ratepayers could contact the District of Muskoka.
We'll go with the CAO and then back to Sean.
I would caution council on that, because there's always a circumstance that we could miss someone and we could be viewed as recommending one
Preferential treatment.
over another. I mean, we wouldn't do that with a contractor. We wouldn't do that with anything else. So just a caution.
Go ahead, Sean.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's in this day and age, it's, I think, a phone call to a few different insurance agencies. Someone should be able to provide that information.
Councillor Richards and then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Just back on the requirement for it to be registered to the property and the District of Muskoka. I noticed that theirs is not being registered to the property. And I had previously questioned the reason for that, because it is quite an expense, the legal fees associated with registering it. So I'm wondering why they don't have it, and you may not answer that, but why we need to have it, I guess, is the more important question.
Yeah, I can't speak to why the district doesn't require it to be registered on title. In our review of the policy, I think it's an important aspect of it. That way it's actually attached to the property itself. So if someone were to do a title search on the property, it would be very clear that they have an existing license to the waterfront portion of the property. Otherwise, it's just an agreement in our files here.
It actually could work in the individual's favor that it's registered against title. If, for instance, I know that in the past, Councillor Barry's had questions about, well, what happens if we're transferring, we're selling a property, or you're transferring a property from somebody passes away and it gets transferred, and I would see that it being registered against title would make it much clearer about what's attached to the property, and that the chattels on the Shore Road allowance belong to the property. Go ahead.
Yes, the District of Muskoka does not allow transfer of the license to the next property owner. It is, it's a whole new application when the property sells.
But at least it's a way of registering that the chattels belong to the property owner, as opposed to municipal property. Somebody else builds on it, and it's because it's not registered on title. It in essence belongs to the municipality, which wouldn't be the case. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
So this conversation might be the answer to my next question, actually. When I looked at the District of Muskoka example, I learned that the legal fee was $219, which is quite different from the deposit, which we would look to refund, would that be the reason why their legal costs are so much lower? Or is there any way that we could bring our legal deposit more in line with something like that?
So my understanding is that that's partially why the cost is so low, but they also have in-house legal services.
See, that's one of those things that the service delivery review that county council decided to ignore was in-house legal services. Councillor Shortreed.
I was just going to say the district has in-house legal.
Oh, okay. Councillor Barry.
Given that a large portion of this discussion involves North Shore Road, and I realize it represents other areas as well, but given the fact that North Shore Road is sort of slated to have some major road work done in the next few years. How would that affect the license of occupation? Would the license of occupation have to be revoked, on hold? How would that work if then we had to remove a set of stairs or something like that? How would that, maybe that's a question for Public Works. I don't.
Well, I think it would ultimately come down to a case by case scenario. If there's infrastructure that is going to impact that project, then it's possible that the municipality may have to revoke the license. I can't see that being likely, but it is a possibility. Whereas right now, the municipality could be in the same position, because it is ultimately the township land. So if that infrastructure on the road allowance is in the way of that project, whether they have a license or not, would not stop us from being able to go in there and remove that infrastructure if deemed necessary.
You know, I can think of a couple of properties right off the top of my head that would be impacted. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I mean, there's hardly any shore road allowance there. That, you know, if we went or needed to widen the road, I don't know, you know, I'm just not sure how that would work, but I can see that there might be the odd circumstance. So, I mean, how would we deal with that? You know, if we're to go ahead, provide advance notice to those properties that we know would be impacted, to say, here's just a cautionary note about your property that you may, you know, run into a challenge later on, because there's literally no shore road allowance there. And I mean, I know that we talked about that everything is on a case by case basis and that each property would be looked at depending on its merit. You know, I know that there are places, properties where absolutely for sure, you know, if we were to stick to the 3 meter from the 3 meters that they must be away from the road allowance, that they wouldn't be allowed a license of occupation. But, you know, we've also considered the fact that some people have had a dock in for years and that we, you know, we may give consideration to those people, and I'm sure we will. But I still am kind of wondering, like, what do we do when we come to construction?
So staff would certainly work with any property owner that would be impacted and try in the greatest way possible to make sure that their infrastructure is not impacted. We want to work with the property owners that would be impacted by this policy. And as council will recall, in different variations of this policy, council did ask for some sort of an appeal mechanism to be introduced, which has been added to the policy. So in cases where infrastructure wouldn't necessarily fall in line with the requirements we've set forth here, they would have the ability to come to council and ask for some sort of relief, similar to the Committee of Adjustment.
Councillor Barry?
In our commitment to public education, if someone was applying for a license of occupation and in, you know, in conjunction with staff and Public Works, it was pretty obvious that that was going to happen. Could that be acknowledged at the time of the application so that there was no money and, you know, just any backlash or just hurt feelings?
Certainly, I think if there's something very obvious that we identify during our site visit, then we would try and flag that as early as possible. But knowing full well what the future plans are, it's hard to anticipate that completely.
I think, you know, it's probably quite likely that a lot of the properties that are in that circumstance where there isn't sufficient shore road allowance, almost, you know, most of those people have just installed a dock, stairs and a dock, and the docks are removable. So it's not like, you know, you'd be asking somebody to tear down a gazebo or, you know, a bunkie or a, you know, substantial building, although that might be the case. I'm, you know, in an odd case, but in most places where there's just a really narrow strip of shore road allowance, it's a removable dock that's in place, which wouldn't cause anything more than somebody to be extremely annoyed. Councillor Richards.
So we've talked about places that are very narrow, but what about places that are actually quite wide? Like, could be in some cases maybe more than 100 feet. I don't see how we could possibly need that much to maintain the road. Why could we not consider selling a portion or severing a portion of the shore road allowance and selling it.
It really is in the township's best interest to maintain ownership of that road allowance. The license of occupation is what I see as a happy medium, where it gives the person the ability to still construct this private infrastructure on public land while the township still enjoys the ownership of the entire road allowance for future uses as may be deemed necessary.
I think one of the things that you've said with respect to that suggestion is that A, it's not good planning policy to do that, and B, if say the option is, and I think your mind might be going down this road, is that you're looking at why can't we just sever and sell. I just imagine the challenges associated with that. The costs would increase exponentially for the people that are putting in applications. And the number of disagreements and challenges that would be made about where the straight line projections are and whose property is overlapping on whose property would be something far more challenging than what we're proposing at this time. Go ahead.
Yes, but we have that challenge even on regular shore road allowance sales. What I see here is it's a better solution because we're taking ourselves out of it. We're no longer liable if we don't own that land. With the license of occupation, we're mitigating the risk, but it's still there. If we sell it, it's gone.
With joint and several liability, we never completely get rid of the liability. It's just like we've been sued for some pretty bizarre things. But we won't go down that road. I mean, personally, I can't see us doing that. I don't think that it's a good notion for us to do. It wouldn't be good in the best interest of the municipality as a whole. It might be in the best interest of a number of people, but not in the best interest of the municipality. And certainly, I don't think that would be a cost-effective alternate for people. I know that there are people, and it's part of the challenge that I know a number of us feel that we're instituting something that's going to cost people money, that it's a hardship. It literally, in some cases, is a hardship. For others, it's not at all, but for some, it truly is. And to suggest that now you've got to buy it, when you think about some of the money that's been put out, like I can't see us selling portions of, if you've got your straight line projections and your shore road allowance, selling pieces of it. It just does not make good planning sense. I'll go back to Councillor Richards and then over to you.
But yet, when we look up at Oxtongue Lake, they have that where it's been severed from the road allowance, and so they own across the road. And there's other areas like Halls Lake that own across some people.
We've always acknowledged that
it's already out there. It already exists. So in cases where we can, where it's not a harm, why would we just blanketly say no?
Is that fair, though, to be able to say to one person? I'm sorry, we'll go to the CAO.
I just want to clarify, though, in those circumstances, the road has created, it went in after, so it created the severance. It wasn't something that we allowed the purchase of the shore road allowance at, while they were separated. It was one property at one time, and the road went through, created a natural severance is what they call that.
And we know that
So
there
that's
are some unique circumstances, and there will be cases where people own the shore road allowance for one reason or another. They've been able to acquire it in the past, and that'll come up. And if they own it, that's great, because they don't need a license of occupation. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I think in support of Councillor Richards' point, though, if I could speak for you, the suggestion wouldn't be that we suggest to them that they buy, but rather that we remain open to those who want to explore that option. Because what's cost effective for one person may not be for another. It's a little bit like comparing a mortgage to a rent. A lot of people would say, I don't want to pay a rent. If I'm going to put a dime into this, I want to own my asset, not rent for potentially 60 years, the right to do something. So I think cost efficiency and effectiveness has to fall to the applicant, not to us to determine. but I'd like to know if we could remain open, if someone were to come and say, hey, I think I fall into the category of people where this could be a fairly straightforward thing, would the township would remain open to that, knowing full well that in tons of cases, it wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be technically possible, but perhaps there are those options, as Councillor Richards said, where, you know, it's a big old space and possibly could be done.
You're still running into the issue of the requirement for the road allowance and what might be needed in the future to work on a road and how you would divide those issues. It kind of gets down to, well, you can and you can't and you can, and you know, just I see that as being a challenge. Go ahead.
I agree it's a challenge, but that is planning. It's you can and you can't for these reasons and for that reason. And I think what we're talking about are those spaces where there is ample space for us to continue ownership of the shore road allowance portion that we would need to do any further development. Beyond that, it is always case by case. It is always based on the particulars of each file.
You're still hearing our registered planners suggest to us that it's not good planning practice for us to do that. And that's what we pay him for. Sean and then Sabrina, sorry, Councillor Richards.
So there is nothing in this policy that says there's a hard no on being able to purchase it. That's our shore road allowance policy right now, which requires a property to be adjacent to. So there's nothing stopping a member of the public from making that application. However, staff in reviewing the application and the policy, this recommendation would always be likely no. But it would ultimately be up to council in those situations.
Madam Clerk.
Just asked a question and maybe for Sean, if that was even to occur, that would require a merger agreement, would it? Because you'd be creating an undersized lot?
Yes, and it would be a lot that's not directly adjacent to that property. So, yeah.
So they would have to merge on title.
Correct.
Which gets you back into cost for registering on title. Well, this is not an easy thing. It's a very, very complicated matter. Councillor Richards.
I think this is important because I think it's important to consider the historical lens on all of this. You know, at one point, these lots were there all over. They were all just water access, maybe accessed by horse and buggy. And then that horse and buggy eventually became a road, and people didn't really care about who owned what. They just wanted a road in there. And a lot of these properties are inherited, and inevitably people no longer know what they own, what they don't own, and it calls it all into question. Previous council wanted the survey removed to help to reduce costs, and that wasn't a bad idea. But I think to protect the public as much as us, the survey is really important. And you know, if we're not going to put it in, I think as part of the public education, we definitely need to suggest that they have one.
Surveys in the best interest, in your best interest. Yeah. But I mean, that option has always been there. Nobody said you can't get a survey. What we've been saying is, look, we're going to take away that requirement, even though it was recommended to us that a survey be included. We thought that we were, you know, that's a lot of money for surveys, or thousands of dollars. And it was the intention to try and remove that cost. But yeah, it's not a bad idea at all to say, you know, if you have any question, a survey is a good recommendation. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for the last 48 hours or so, the idea of the survey, and I think it would be great to put, you know, do consider getting a survey if you're at all in doubt. But the fact that it isn't exclusive use of that property makes the requirement piece kind of fly out the window for me, because what we're talking about is you've got the privilege of putting your dock here, but we're not guaranteeing everything else. So the need for the survey, where it's fairly clear who is owning, you know, where it is abundantly clear who owns that property, the municipality, I think is not a requirement. So I stick. with
Keeping in
what we've
mind,
got.
this is not, it's unfortunate that everybody started calling this the dock policy. And it is primarily for docks, but it's not just for docks. You know, I mean, there's a lot of other structures out there. There's a lot of like decks and gazebos and bunkies and, you know, on some of these properties that it's not just a dock. It's the only point that I want to make. So where are we landing? Obviously, there's some additional information to be included in the education piece. Councillor Berry.
It's clarification, legal has suggested that there's not exclusive use of the property. Does that follow into infrastructure that they were to construct? There would not be exclusive use of that?
They've advised unless it's a habitable building, then the exclusive use would not apply. So if there's a house located on the other side, then they have the exclusive use of that structure, but not a dock or a set of stairs.
Well, there's not too many houses. Councillor Shortreed.
If we do pass this, I'd like to see something go out with the tax bill so that everyone who is in the situation knows that they do have this option now.
Well, that's a given. I think we're already agreed
I
on
think there's a
that.
lot of people who have no idea that they're gonna have this option.
Oh, that's me. I was gonna say, who's buzzing? No, that's agreed. Okay, further comment or question? I'm not quite sure I know where you stand on this. Or whether I should be calling for a vote on adopting the policy. I guess maybe that's where I'll go if there's no more questions. Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Shortreed. Councillor Richards, I'm sorry.
I think that the loss of exclusive use of the land it is substantial in that they're not gaining anything other than being allowed to keep structures there. And the cost associated with it is significant for essentially just getting to keep their structures there. We're pushing on them to take all the liability for it. And now the public all knows that everybody can go and use it, use their docks, set up whatever they want on their gazebos. And we're also going to make them pay $500 a year and a big application fee and renew that again in 10 years. I just don't think it's fair.
I don't know though how much a problem that is. I mean, a lot of this infrastructure is in place now, and I do know that there have been some circumstances. I can think of a story that someone has told me about somebody with a dock who has just been absolutely gotten into fisticuffs with people. But I don't know how often that actually happens, that people see a structure and I think that for the most part, if you're looking at the shoreline and you see a structure there, you think, oh, that, I mean, somebody else has built there. I'm not sure how big an issue that is. Councillor Shortreed.
Well, we have lots of beautiful places here to use, right? There's beautiful parks, beautiful beaches. And this isn't something that we just invented up. We've been talking about this since we've been on council, so at least 5 years. But with so many other townships already doing it, at some point there had to have been a negative reason for them to start license of occupation. Somebody just didn't dream it up one day and say, oh, we're going to do a license of occupation. Something somewhere happened to say we need to do this, right? And it's so that you can have a private structure on public land. You can tie your boat up there all summer. You don't have to take it in and out. I mean, it's not something that we're pulling out of our hat and we're just looking for tax dollars.
Well, and you have the right to maintain that infrastructure on public land or municipal land and build on it as well.
And also it's funny, the people I've talked to endorse it, in our township are more than willing, happy to do this. I did talk to somebody in Lake of Bays who did do this 2.5 years ago when they bought their property. And they said, I was in there pen in hand. I wanted my license of occupation. I wanted to have my own dog. So it's everyone's opinion that matters.
Counselor Richards.
It is, but it, again, with the historical lens, you know, I'm not sure that we made the right decision making it retroactive. I know it was about liability concerns. But when you add lack of exclusive use, difficulties in obtaining insurance, certainly with current providers that you may already have that may be associated with your insurance company that insures your house in Toronto and your cottage on top of it and has no clue what you're talking about. I think we're pushing too hard. And I think that if we followed Sean's recommendation in not making it retroactive, making it on a go forward, it would give us time for staff to understand what the true costs are in doing this so that we could work out whether that annual fee is appropriate. And for people to have time to sort out whether or not they own the land across from them or not, get surveys done to settle their peace of mind. And we can work on a go forward basis where, you know, when the property transfers owners, that's a time when it'll come up. Or if you want to build any new structures, you're going to have to enter into this at that point.
I've got to say that that I think that the way the timing has been laid out here, there's lots of time for people to, like, there's almost 3 years for people to figure out whether they in fact own it or not. No action is going to be taken until 2026. You know, if you decide that you need more time to understand, like, where's the fairness? First of all, the liability lies primarily in what's existing now and the retroactive piece. Where's the fairness in saying, you going forward, you want to put in a dock or you want to build a deck or you want to build something on the shore road allowance, you're going to have to pay all these things, but all those other people didn't have to. And you're still going back to, I keep pointing at Councillor Berry because she's, you know, she's living in I live on a rural property. And my taxpayers and all those rural property owners, they can't go and just put in a dock. Maybe some of them have already, and we're going to let them stay there, even though they don't even live across from the water. I just see that the fairness aspect of it is not there when you say those folks going forward need to do this and this and this. And those folks who have put that in place and enjoyed it for some people point in time don't have to. Wow. We'll start with Councillor Shortreed and then Deputy Mayor Dayu and then back to Councillor Richards.
And I know for a fact there are people who have docks on this type of property that they're not across from.
Oh, well, I mean, that's right. That's the case right on North Shore Road. Go ahead.
In part answer to your question about fairness, where I do see the fairness of a go forward option is in the principle of caveat emptor, buyer beware. The people who are considering purchasing a property henceforth would know that there is an additional cost associated with having access to that water. Whereas the folks from the last 50 years have not been told that there is an additional cost to having access. There has been, and this was raised in our delegations, and I completely understand what they were saying. There was an implicit understanding that they could have access to that space because nobody came around to tell them otherwise. And so it was a wrong understanding, but there was an implicit understanding that went on for years and years. So the fairness piece comes through caveat emptor.
Well, I disagree. I think that buyer beware has been something that's been in place for many, many years. I mean, I made absolutely sure when I bought any property whatsoever that I knew what I was buying, that I knew what I had a right to. This is not a new concept that we're talking about. And I understand, you know, that there has been that level of confusion or misunderstanding that people have been led to believe. There is at least one instance where a property owner has been told you have every right to use that piece of property by a municipal employee. wrong. And that employee is no longer here, but I mean, it's really unfortunate that that happened, but I mean, that person took that to heart, figured that they were getting the square goods on it. And is still not happy about it. And, you know, it's just, I mean, the whole buyer beware thing is something that's been there for a long time. Councillor Shortreed, then Councillor Richards, and then Councillor Barry.
And I agree. I mean, when you're purchasing a property, your lawyer is doing their due diligence to ensure that you know exactly what you're buying. So yeah, buyer beware, but you're paying a professional to do their due diligence when you purchase your property, whether it's 2 years ago or 30 years ago. You should have been advised at that time what you owned and what you didn't own.
Although we can't offer an awful lot of thanks to some of the real estate agents that,
Obviously,
that have
no.
misled people.
But you're
and
still
that's-
hiring a professional to do the actual work.
Councillor Richards and Councillor Barry.
Well, it's not just buyer beware, it's people who have inherited properties generation after generation after generation that were always of the belief that they had this right and ability to the shoreline. It's only in modern days that municipalities have decided to take that away from them. But it's not equitable when we can't enforce this on jurisdictions that we don't have, such as MTO roads. We don't make it retroactive for people who are directly on waterfront. And we don't have the liability issue for those directly on waterfront or MTO roads or county roads.
Sean, then Lisa, I'm sorry, Councillor Barry.
So I do just want to clarify that we're not taking anything away from these property owners. We're actually trying to give them something, give them the ability to construct infrastructure on the public land, but nothing's being taken away.
Yes, we're giving them the legal right to be there that doesn't currently exist. But the idea and concept that they've always been able to do it is what is being removed from them.
Councillor Barry.
Basically, the assumption has been, and it really remains true today, that it has always had public use. Like people can access all of those properties. And I think that's the part that I really struggle with, is by putting this policy in place, that's not what they're getting back. They feel that they have had use and that by entering into a license of occupation, they will still be able to have use, but it's not going to be the private use that they would probably be wanting. In comparison to like purchasing a shore road allowance, like if you are water adjacent. But I don't think anyone has been using, I mean, maybe within the last few years, but I mean, generationally, I think people have been using it because it was across the road and it's what you access. I don't think it's been an illegal use, it's been an assumed use.
Okay, I think that, I mean, we're kind of going around and around and we'll reach a point where, I mean, it's a matter of we agree, we disagree, or we agree to disagree. I mean, you know, we're not going to argue with Sean about it. I would ask, you know, that's not what Sean's here to do. He's here to advise us and he's given us his best advice. I would just like to say that, well, I believe and you know, everybody can disagree with me, that this is the right path for us to take. We've been looking at it for a long time. We've gone around and around. We've agreed that it's a trial. We've made every reduction and an incentive. We've done all we can to ease. I think there's more to do about education, no doubt about it. But we have spent an awful lot of taxpayers' dollars. We have asked action from staff, asked staff to do a lot of work. We've paid legal fees. And that is all for naught if you vote this down or decide that you just don't want to go there. And I do not believe that to decide at this point in time not to go forward is not in the best interest of the municipality as a whole. Now, I understand that we're disappointing people and that we're probably royally pissing people off, excuse my French. I still believe that it's the best thing to do, but that's my vote and everybody has their own vote and right. So let's put a motion on the floor and see where we land. So could I have a mover and a seconder to put the motion on the floor? That's all we're doing. Councillor Shortreed. Does not say yay or nay, it just puts it up for a vote. Deputy Mayor Dayu. Or we can't get anywhere. Go ahead.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 12223 submitted by Sean O'Callahan regarding the license of occupation policy, and the council directs a bylaw be brought forward to adopt the license of occupation policy, and the council waives the $750 application fee from January 1st, 2024 until December 31st, 2024, and the council directs staff to begin issuing orders to remove non-complying structures after January 1st, 2026.
All in favor? Opposed?
I would rather discuss a solution than oppose it. But
This is the motion that's on the floor.
I understand, and if it's.
I've got a question after we have the vote. This is the motion that's on the floor. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'd like to circle back to the question of removal of structures by 2026. I've listened hard to what everyone is saying. I wish there were a better model out there that would tick more boxes for us collectively as a community. But in the research that we've done over the last months, it appears that this is the model that solves this particular quandary in Ontario. So I get that we're probably not going to invent something better that lawyers would agree
Although
to.
we will have an opportunity to do that if it goes forward. We've agreed it's a trial.
Yeah.
And we can see where the pitfalls are.
And that's very helpful, and I'm glad you've raised that. What I don't want to get into is being in a position where there's a large scale refusal to jump on board with this new policy, and then we are put into that horrible situation in a few years' time of ripping out infrastructure after infrastructure after infrastructure. We're not those people. I look around this room and we are not those people. And I don't mean we're not the people who enforce things. I'm not comfortable with the idea that we would be so draconian. When we talked about the clean and clear bylaw, I was really reassured when staff told us about education, encouragement and enforcement.
We do have our draconian moments. In that, from time to time, we do rip things down.
From time to time.
But when you've heard Sean say each different application is a unique circumstance. Every property is different. There's no, what's that saying that you always say? There's no precedent in planning. That I see that there's a mechanism in place with being able to review each individual circumstance right up to that last point. And there being an appeal process in place that, we're offering some mechanisms for that to continue, for that, that it's not that's it, January the 1st, we're not going to go and rip anybody's dock out or building out in January the 1st. Realistically, we know that's not going to happen. I think we've got measures in place to allow for some extension. But anyway, I want to say continue on, but I cut Councillor Richards off and said this is a yay and nay vote, but she's voted. And you have not.
No, and I will. So the resolution currently speaks of the trial, correct?
That's what's being proposed is a trial. I don't know if the resolution actually mentions the trial. That's something that we have agreed to is the trial period. And I'm not sure how, that discussion has taken place.
It's a review period.
Pardon me? Mr. O'Callahan.
So from what I recall, staff committed to reviewing the policy, but it was not my understanding it was a trial.
Okay, so there's where the, I mean, the kind of gray area on that is that I viewed that as a trial period, because if you were going to review it after, a set period of time, it would come back to us. Go ahead.
And the review was specific to the fees.
Mhm. I mean, I can see adding a trial period to it, because that was what my understanding was. I mean, somewhere along the line in the course of the conversation, I heard review and trial in the same. We still would have to amend the resolution, Sean.
I do have concerns with it being a trial, to be honest. Just thinking of a situation for property owners that do enter into the license, what happens once, say, the trial ends and council decides to revoke the policy?
Or change it, in benefit of those going forward where they've.
Yeah, I could see some significant complications with it being a trial.
All right, well, on the basis that when we look around Ontario, and this is the model that is recommended for these types of quandaries, I will with reluctance vote in support.
Thank you. So there are some. So we've got the vote, right? Do you want to recorded vote?
Yes.
Can we say that now? Or is it too late?
No, you can call for a recorded vote. You'll just select the order that the members will vote in and I'll ask yea or nay.
Okay, Councillor Barry.
Yea or nay?
Councillor Richards.
Nay.
I'll say yay because I think I got there in the middle somewhere. Councillor Shortreed.
Yeah.
And Councillor Deputy Mayor Dave. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, so that's carried. So we know that we have got some additional educational pieces to work on. And that would include insert, even though it's going to add to the postage cost by adding an additional piece of paper. And I rather suspect that we have not heard the last of this. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
That concludes the planning business. So on external boards and external board meetings, is there any update on either the Dorset Community Partnership or the Dorset Hub?
They just had it last week. They had $25,000 in fundraising, which was nice. They actually Sorry, they had 25,000 in funding, which was nice. They thanked the township for the contribution to the third exam room and the contribution to the fiber network. And they're just pressing on with their fundraising.
And are they said what the fundraising is for specifically, or?
Everything. They just,
Okay.
because it goes back to the Dorset Partnership and they do the fundraising.
Anything on the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership Council? Or the Muskoka Watershed Council?
Corey is actually trying to schedule the next meeting now for the Upper Trent water management. Nothing really on the Muskoka watershed, but I expect we'll be seeing them pretty soon.
I expect we will. Corey's looking after that. Well, that's interesting. We have a new detachment commander, I think would be the biggest update for the CPAC committee. There's some apparently long delay in actually getting the police board in place. Sounds to me like it won't be something that, even though we've been approved to have a police board, it won't be in place until probably the middle at the very earliest of next year. Although the OPP are putting on some courses about financial models for the board, and there's another one which I can't remember. And the 4 members of the CPAC committee have been invited to participate in that. I think I said before that I was really quite excited that the 4 mayors were allowed to take part in the hiring of a new detachment commander. That to me spoke volumes about their, go forward levels of communication that they're willing to have with us. Otherwise, that's about it. We have not got another meeting scheduled. There is a meeting, we haven't had a recent meeting of the EORN board, although I do expect that there will be an application coming forward at our next council meeting, which will likely be somewhat controversial. I know that there's a couple of delegations that are already scheduling for that, both for and against. That's the tower that's proposed for Buckslide Road. Precisely where, I still don't know. Pardon me?
So sign, it's not too far in from 35.
There's a sign. Oh, I'll have to drive up there. Anything on the library board? I think there might be some exciting things from the library board.
A couple things, one including a carpet, which is not available to be put into the Stanhope branch.
What is it with that?
Yeah, that's a shame. There's something plaguing the Stanhope branch when it comes to details like door handles and carpets that we seem to. But I might pass, if I'm not putting you on the spot, do you know when there's an anticipated arrival of the carpet, when we might reopen?
The carpet is expected to arrive, I believe, by tomorrow.
Okay.
And it's hopeful that it would be installed next week.
Okay, great. And the only other piece of news for Algonquin Highlands is that a group of us have gotten together to talk about what an ideal or reasonably ideal new branch in Dorset might include, and we have passed that on to staff here at Algonquin Highlands, just to see, where we can bring these 2 boxes together. And
How much space can we have?
That's right. And what the Venn overlap diagram might end up looking like. So stay tuned.
Look forward to that. I understand that they had the board or committee of the board had a discussion about hours and how they're distributed between the branches. Anything that impacted us or impacted any particular municipality? And
no, in fact, the idea of the additional hours is to create a flexibility of programming. So based on what needs arise and what's possible where and where there's interest, there are an additional 10 hours allocated that can be used flexibly within the system. Yeah.
Anything under community safety and well-being?
Not at the moment, but there is a meeting coming up very soon, and so I'll have much more to announce at the next meeting, next council meeting.
And anything under Muskoka River Watershed Communications Committee?
There will be nothing further until probably February or March.
Okay, thank you. Nothing under general business. Is there any notice of motion? Were there any expressions of interest in the correspondence?
No.
Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the correspondence listing? Councillors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shorty, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives on November 2nd, 2023 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. I forgot all about this. Could I have a motion to go into closed? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that council adjourns its open session at 3:07 PM in order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing a proposed acquisition of land in accordance with section 239C of the Municipal Act 2001 SO 2001 as amended, Dorset Pavilion Park.
All in favor? That's carried. Oh, earlier on, it was really. Welcome back to the open session. So we have nothing left but bylaws to deal with. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive and approve the bylaws? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards, be resolved the following bylaws be read a first time, considered read a second, third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal. 2023-98 to adopt a license of occupation policy for new and existing dock encroachments on all township owned shore road allowances that are not directly abutting the applicant's property. Bylaw 2023-99 to authorize an agreement with Circular Materials Ontario. Bylaw 2023-100 to authorize an agreement with PSD Citywide.
All in favor? That's carried. And a mover and a seconder to approve the confirming bylaw. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved that bylaw 2023-101 being a bylaw to confirm proceedings of council during its November 2nd, 2023 regular council meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, a mover and a seconder to adjourn. Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved that the November 2nd, 2023 meeting is hereby adjourned at 3:22 p.m.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Interesting meeting, to say the least.